Hello. So I'm just checking with the video, and this is I'm gonna keep running with the series about Beelzebub, and I want to say that I don't mean this with any irreverence, or I don't mean this with any irreverence uh, um, or mean spirited towards life or beings, but I do want to still pay homage to Beelzebub, Satan, and Lucifer, with the contradistinction and contrast of the Antichrist. And but that's also not to dismiss or diminish anything that would exist, because a lot of things can have a purpose. Even something that would be as as unfortunate as what is alluded to towards the Antichrist. A lot of times when a person thinks about like what would be wicked, I want to say there might be a difference between wicked and evil, but they can overlap. You could almost say that evil might be, because it can be potent to appreciate the nuance of words. One of the first parts of like maturity and really becoming an adult, I think, is when a dictionary would be interesting to you. I think maybe a young person, I can imagine, just coming out of school, you might have actually picked up a dictionary, and then you really were like impressed with a word or two. It might have started simple like that. Like you really looked up a word, and then you got on a little bit of a rabbit hole and you looked up another word like that. You didn't know maybe where to start or stop because the dictionary is so broad. But you could appreciate the significance of a word, what a word can mean, and what you can understand. You might have looked up a word that, like, say a word like respect, and you look up what that word means, and then you have respect for the word. You have respect for the word respect, just to be a little bit tongue in cheek and oxymoronic and redundant and make a pun. That might almost be like an anti pun, because I'm not referring. I'm not. That's what a pun is, like a word within a word, but like a synonym. But like, and how that might be blatant. Like for example, like during the time of the pandemic, the governor of my state was a little bit influential and stood out among state governors at different times. I'm referring to Tim Walz in Minnesota, and I actually long have lived within less than a mile of him, like maybe the next street over, parallel to the famous street that mansion sits on in St. Paul. But then like a mile down. So I didn't live in a mansion by any means, but it wasn't far away from the actual governor's mansion. So he was a neighbor of mine, and I had clients that I would serve, and I would drive exactly past his mansion for several years serving clients, and then I drive back in the middle of the night, and then I had like kind of crazy stuff going on in my life, but I always felt like a little bit cozy when I drove by the security guard sitting outside. That might have been more like a scarecrow, because there wouldn't have been like I think that might have been like a scare. They have like some scarecrow tactics of police, but I always feel nice and cozy because, like, man, I got this much wicked stuff going on, but at least someone safe out here. Someone got someone to watch their back. But if anything would have happened to my ass a mile down the road, or even right there next to that security guard, I don't know that it would have done a damn thing different than just what would happen anywhere, which is like a dollar late, a dollar short, and a day late, and stuff like that. Like as far as like crucial situations. But the governor was influential at that time, and he was he was making some strong policies like during the time of the pandemic. Like, this is what we're about to do, and this is the reason why we got to shut your life down and stuff like that. And then so I was telling my family, I was like, this is one of the kind of redeeming moments between me and my brother. And I was like, yeah, man, he's really all about his man dates. Kind of like there'd be like the Simpsons, and they'd be like, um um I'm looking for a man to hug and kiss. They're like, hey, is a man to hug and kiss here? And like that kind of thing, where sometimes you don't realize what you just said out your mouth. And so I'd be like, yeah, so he really likes his man dates. And it's not funny the second time you say it, but my brother, I said that I've been called some cool things before. I've once been called a hooper, and I've once been called a titan of corny jokes, by my brother, no less. And you can't get things past people that you live with that long. So that actually, that's having some of all my titles, that might have been the realest one, because that was the most vetted one. But he gave me that, but sometimes like a pun within a pun would just be like, I had a lot of respect for the word respect. um but but so you might be impressed with words like that, but you also get a little bit like confounded, like like, yeah, these are some really cool words, but how many more words are there to know? But one strategy to get stronger with words would be to read a book, but each time that you come across a word that you don't know, or that you're not, that's not actually, that you're not fluent with, like you're not sturdy around using that word, even though you know what it means, it still takes you a second because you're not used to hearing it in real context, and using it in real context, and being understood for using it, or responding to someone for using it. So it doesn't exactly click in your mind the same way at your command, even though you know what it means. You've come across it some different times, but you haven't actually experienced that word. But one way would start to just be look up a word each time you read something that you don't know, and or that that's not part of your normal vernacular, like the words that you normally are in the habit of using. And then it can make you a stronger communicator, and also I think it impacts your confidence, and you can, if you can use your mind, such as to read well and speak well, that can lend itself to anything else you would take up, like just to sit through something and get through something, where a page of text on a book doesn't look daunting. It can almost look like a little bit like a children's book at a certain point. And then if it's interesting, it'd be like an interesting children's book, like a very, very interesting children's book that you just turn page by page like that. A book can become that, but it takes practice. Same with like the corny joke stuff. Um, but a little bit diverged with that, but it can be helpful to appreciate the word, and then be in the habit of looking upwards. You can gain some of the inflection of words that might lend itself to like comedy and puns, or communication, or just even appreciating the word itself and how it may mean something. Because sometimes I think some things give up. So this reality, it communicates with itself. Some of the times when you see like a sign or a warning, something like that, or just like you have a hunch about something, a person or situation, it's not just that indication was presented to you. You're part of this existence. That indication was presenting itself to itself, which is this existence, and also you. And you were savvy enough to perceive that and respond to it, maybe favorably or unfortunately, but that it was still there, and it's part of what this reality does, is that it communicates with itself. Sometimes like you might like hear, like you're in your room, and you hear like different random sounds, like the wall is sitting there. It has no one's touched that wall in 30 years, but then the wall just makes it sound like that. I have some pet theories about why walls would do that, but those are the ones that I gotta work that out a little better before I float that, and I land the ship of this content, yeah, I don't know if I'm rocking with that. But some of the things that would go on in an environment, it might actually be the environment communicating with itself. So that wall, like that, it's communicating with, it could potentially just be, or at least be influencing. That sound could be influencing any other thing. For example, I have right now the living room fan is on, and as you might, I'm not sure, these videos, they have like a ambient noise cancellation feature when you're on like content, like things like Zoom or YouTube. It has a filtering thing it's like a kind of generic default mixing like type thing for the video, but you can actually turn off the parameter. Like I've done singing courses like online with the teacher, and after I did I did some of those horrible renditions in this, like the previous video where I was singing like a wolf. But one of the things that people don't appreciate about singing, dancing, and even anything that has to do with your body, like fine motor skills, is that it actually takes warming up. So you might be in a car, like you've sung well. A lot of times you may have sung well before at different times in your life. You've seen yourself, heard yourself, or been seen or heard singing well, but not recently, or not that day. And then like something comes on, and then someone jumps into it, and boom, they match that pitch without, just from scratch, from 0 to 100, from zero to soul, like that. And you're like, can I really sing? Like, how does that? It's because they have a unique skill. Not only can they sing, but they can sing without warming up. But for most things, you have to actually warm up. So if you play sports, you have to warm up. When you get hot, you're hot, but you actually had likely warmed up before you got hot. Same with an instrument, same with singing, same with dancing, same with getting into a swimming pool. The swimming pool is that scary or that cold. You tip your little toe in, it's like, dang, do I really want to get in there? Can I really swim? But you jump all the way in there, and boom, it kind of sings, but then you start to feel good, and you forget that the water is even cold after a while, because I don't know how that works, that you don't feel cold in water after a while, but it's like that. But it's also like with singing, where you're that cold off the scratch, but you get warmed up, and you can actually sing a little bit. So that might be why it had sounded like a wolf. It's like the Michael Jackson Thriller. He went from Michael Jackson to a wolf in Thriller, but a normal person singing, you might go from a wolf to Michael Jackson if you warm up a little bit. So I don't know if Michael Jackson was a normal, like he defaulted to being a singer and then became a wolf. It sounded like a wolf, or no, if he started out like a singer and he could sing without warming up, or he started out like a wolf, then became a singer, then did the music video, then went back to a wolf because maybe he stopped singing, he stopped practicing in that video, so he actually defaulted to a wolf. So the smoother people you are, they got all this and that, but then they start to get a little bit cold and rusty and they're not warming up anymore. Then you got a wolf on your hands. But I've done singing lessons, and like you can turn down the parameters so it's more, the microphone's more naked and it'll pick up any sound that's available. But under normal circumstances, these platforms like YouTube and Zoom, they'll default to scrutinizing the sound to make it, to try to figure out what you meant to, because it doesn't think that you meant that sound. So sometimes I like try to capture the sounds of birds or stuff like that in these videos, and it won't do that because it's screening it like that. But in this room, I have a fan going on. It's like zzz, and you can appreciate that whether conscious or not, because you can argue whether anything's conscious or not. And according to Arthur Avalon, all things are a combination of conscious and unconscious. Our mind is like that, but also this reality is like that. Such that we're always a little bit dreaming and a little bit awake, a combination. So maybe you couldn't say life is actually a dream or it's awake, but it's some combination of a life is but a half dream. Life is but a little bit of a dream, not just all the way dream. Most things aren't all the way anything. They're exactly balanced like that. Maybe life is like that, a balance of dreaming and wakefulness when we're wakeful and also when we're sleeping, or dreaming. Such as how may you interact with the dream if you're entirely dreaming, but you do act with, so maybe dreaming you're less conscious, more dreaming. Awake, you're less dreaming, more conscious, as you appreciate that. But you can appreciate that whatever vibration that fan is doing, it's potentially on a very fine scale. If you appreciate how subtle cause and effect is, influences sound, that is like one of the finest examples of cause and effect, and the transferring of energy would be maybe like temperature in a swimming pool, but then also sound, sound as you could almost say, you could, like a lot of people, they say energy and they don't know exactly what they're reaching for with that. The same energy and sound might actually be synonymous. That might be the best way to describe sound, or energy might actually be sound, because similar to energy, you can't create or destroy sound. You can only reveal it and perceive it for it being revealed, and both of that is by means of a effort, or like effort, or exertion, which is like is a byproduct of energy and will. So sound might actually be the most, that might be a better way of describing energy, because sound is it can only be revealed in space but not created in space, according to Arthur Avalon. And then so vibration, sound, energy may be synonymous, but how sophisticated, dynamic, subtle, and vast and normal all that can be. But then you can break that down from, maybe energy might be, when you say energy, that might even be less than latent, less than manifest. That might be actually, so you have potential energy and kinetic energy, but both potential and kinetic can be finer than what we would appreciate as manifest reality, like in a physical sense, or anything that we could appreciate with scientific instruments. It may be existing subtly by what can be appreciated in scientific means, but it actually might be crossing over and into what we could appreciate of anything objective. But then the next step, very fine, but the next step above that would be ether. And that's almost like the congruence and the fact. So you would say this entire existence is connected. We're all connected in this life, right? But how are we connected one to the other? How much are we connected? We're connected exactly through the ether. It's almost like like anything so for anything to travel, it actually needs a medium to travel upon, because like were you to travel on the road, you need the stability of the road, the static support, and then you have your kinetic activity that's maybe facilitated by the dynamics of the wheel as you travel upon the road. It's interesting that the road doesn't move. If the road can be appreciated as solid, stable. The car itself, the body of the car, can also be appreciated as stable from depending. That's relatively speaking, because if you're on the road, the car looks like it's flying down the road. If you're in the car, the road looks like it's flying past you. So that might be relative, and you could argue which one really is moving. Because if you appreciate that the earth is responding to all your motions, exact, inverse, reciprocal, from that standpoint, you could appreciate that the road is actually moving as much as you are moving on the car in the car for you to move at all, because things are reverse and reciprocal and exactly balanced like that, and stabilized like that, and somewhat neutralized like that. But that the road can move this direction while the oncoming traffic is moving that direction at the same time and be as much of moving as the car is. That's profound. That might be some of what's profound about a head-on collision, some of that dynamic like that. It's not just, I'm not like a physicist, but it may not just simply be the fact that you have, yes, you have that much inertia, but you also have what corresponds with that inertia. So you're a lot of things are exactly confounded at the point of a head-on collision, heaven forbid, such as actually the motion of the earth, because the earth is moving this much to accommodate your motion, that much to accommodate your motion, and now both the vehicles, but also the motion and intention of the earth that had been moving that much, relatively speaking, but still it appears like that to your from your vantage point. It's that's a lot that's at a head right there. So I meant to say that because imagine if you had something that's shaking like this and it's like moving in all directions at once and simultaneously, and more than once in the exact same position, and more than once in less it's moving so much like that at the same time. So this one's running this way, pushing the earth exact. So in a certain way, so what would be the most thing, like I had this friend, like he was very gifted, like he was very, so I had two friends that reminded me of each other. One friend, he became a formidable athlete, and he blossomed into like a full-fledged man, almost like the prime of his physical body stature, right barely out of high school. Not necessarily his prime, but as tantamount to a lot of men's prime. When he actually got to his prime, I don't know how well he cared for himself, because I bumped into him later in life, and he was somewhat flirting. He was having a strong alcohol. He was living with alcoholism, and at that time he was like, "Yeah, man, I'm probably gonna like." I was telling him that my father had he had lost his health because of like something that can be related to like what processes alcohol. And he was like, "Damn, man, that's gonna be me in a few years, man, because I mess with this alcohol, man. Hey, but it's rounds on me." But he was honest for that. But he actually didn't know how serious that is to like to actually lose some of your function and like that of your organs. It's horrible. It's very one of the probably the most valiant things I've ever seen is my father's response in dignity and honor, overcoming a chronically ill condition. It's profound what that man has been through, and the his actual dignity, serenity, patience for himself and with himself, and also long suffering, endurance, and an interest in vitality in life, in living past that, with that, and past that, and through that, beyond that. It's really quite incredible. And then some, it's actually humbling me right now to think about that. And then some of his standing up for himself among like medical chauvinism and and sometimes like when medical people would be let like a little bit ignorant of themselves and how they would come across to someone that's disabled. A couple times my father, he had a disabled brother who was maimed in a car accident when they were very young. My father survived it, but his brother was handicapped his whole life. But he was my father was the most impressed of his brothers by that brother. He had a certain sound when he talked about that man. But then also he one time he talked about the plight of that brother that was handicapped, and then but he wasn't direct, but he was saying that that's also his plight of like watching other people who are able-bodied or just like able their organs function, and what that's like. But my friend didn't actually know what he was talking about when he was being that light about what that would mean. But if he had maintained his health from like from a very from that point that I knew him, because as a child I was maybe a little bit more agile and athletically inclined in experience, but such as like to challenge and rival some of the young adult teachers, like TAs, like even as I was still in elementary school. But just physically, as far as exertion, and then like the discipline of exercise, he blossomed into more of an athlete than I had been, but when we were just barely young men out of high school. But had he maintained that health into his prime, like prime can be appreciated anywhere from late 20s to some point in the 30s, even near about 40, some people would say, relatively speaking, because some of your special forces members, they're way up there in age. And I heard that from military men in college, and then also one famous UFC fighter was pointing that out, that some of the formidable men that he knows of as a UFC fighter would be some of your more advanced military service members advanced in age, but they can really still get down even better than some of the young people because they're comfortable with the exertion and their body has grown into that mode of functioning. But that friend would have been formidable among the men on earth if he had maintained that talent that he had in discipline from that point of being a blossoming as a man into his prime, and really like had kind of really milked that for all it's worth. Because we all have some. I think that was his gift in this life. That was one of, and it impacted me because he inculcated in me an understanding of etiquette and conscious habit forming around eating, where I haven't eaten perfect my entire adult life, but by and large, I normally make an effort to make conscious decisions. I think that's allowed me to reach my near about what could be considered my prime, just as a man, like socially and like aesthetically, by watching my diet. But as far as his influence, so whatever your real talent is on this life, it's not exactly for you, and it rubs off and blesses people in the best of ways if it's really who you are. But I remember a couple times, like we'd be at the university where he matriculated, the state school here, when we were barely out of college, and we had to get to. He never just started working out at the gym or the venue. Hell no, he was working out from damn near inside of his home and then all the way there. So you come work out with him. Oh yeah, come over to my place, because we were just barely out of high school, so he was still with his mom, but not for long because he was already killing life. I think I got up with him at a dorm. I got up with him at the dorm. He was at the dorm at the state school that first fall, and I had some of my cool experiences in life just being around young people away from supervision. And you had like some of like the Kanye West was very popular then, so that whole Kanye West aesthetic, backpack rapper aesthetic, was very influential around the colleges there. They would bump nothing but Kanye West in those dorms. And I actually got to be around some of those dorm rooms and those dorm parties when my ass didn't belong there. And I think they might have not appreciated riffraff, because like some of those college students, they work hard so they cannot be around the people that wouldn't matriculate to college. But but that summer he hadn't got off to the dorm yet, so I would visit him at his mom's house. And his that's actually not it's so I visit him at his mom's house. Oh yeah, come over. My mom's gonna make breakfast, and then we could work out. So we come over there. I'll go over to his home to eat breakfast, and his mom would like eat breakfast, and he's like, "Oh, you're not gonna eat that? No, no, man, you're not gonna eat that. No, get you some of that." Like he wasn't teaching me how to eat, but he's like, "Damn it, we're eating, man." He was disciplined and serious about eating, man. He wasn't trying to like browbeat me, but he was just actually kind of serious. Like he was kind of like, something about working out that much, it does something to your mind, where he's like, yeah, this we're gonna have. Yeah, get you some of that. Yeah, it's not. He wasn't giving me orders, but he was like, oh yeah, you can have some of that. Yeah, it's cool. And we watch like these rap videos. Like back then, like around the time that was like around 2004, like the summer of 2004, because we were the class of 2004, him and I, and a lot of us dipshits around here. And then he was we were watching these rap. It was about crunk music. So there was crunk music. So you've had like some different iterations of drill of music. It's interesting. So in the 90s, you had like yeah, fuck the police. Yeah, fuck the police. This is us with attitude, right? That's what started out. So the first thing was the attitude, and then buck the police. Then you had a lot of the 90s where you had like a softer version of rap. So you had like a lot of conscious rap, and then even rappers that would cross over into the gangsterism of. Now gangsterism has always been with us, the human experience. So gangsterism is not new or limited or weak in the 90s or any point. But you'd have people that first you have you have like, so maybe you have, okay, so you have the party scene of the 80s, right? Like diddy doopty doo and ABC and da da da, and we're staying up late at night, and this is how we do, like this and do, and boogity be doo boo doo. Now I sound like a dumbass saying that. I was trying to see how far I could go with that off the top of my head, but it's like, yeah, this and that, and we're sick of this and that, and we're staying all light up night late, and we're having rap, and we're gonna keep the lights. And don't forget to flip the light, but we don't care because we party, right? Yeah, this and that, yeah. So that's the first thing, staying up late, just getting comfortable, like maybe pissing off your mom. Then in the 90s, it turns into, yeah, this is the attitude, and fuck the police, man. And so now we stayed up late at night. Then we're actually standing up to authority now. We're flirting with guns now. Some people their guns are coming out, but we're still getting comfortable standing up to authorities, and there's guns around. Then in the later 90s, you have like a lot of like kind of crossover between rap, like some dope vibes and stuff like that, but it's not that far away or entirely different. than the aesthetic and themes around like being tough and being outside and stuff like that. Then past that, and you also have like a little bit of like what really, because in the '90s there was a lot of themes around gangsterism, and gangsterism was I think people were just too comfortable with the idea of gangsterism in the '90s and playing into that aesthetic and not knowing what that could come to until it comes to that. So that might actually be the way that people begin to become like outside, is that first you act like you're outside, and then you get approached because you're outside, and now you get to either learn from that and cast that off or become more of that, but you had something of a choice. You likely had a warning. But then some of these people that they it became real for people, and they survived to becoming real, or they didn't. But it had been like a little bit of crossover culturally as a people, getting used to that, just as the pop culture, commercial culture goes. Then in the early 2000s, you had crunk music. But some things are like a code word. So crunk music. So like some of your main crunk music is like throw them bows. There's one, yeah, and like yeah, and I'm in the club and I'm dancing. I'm not really dancing, but I'm hopping. They didn't say this nice, but I'm hopping around. And if you bump into me, then I'm gonna frown and I'm gonna knock you down. That was the thing about about music. So it was crunk music, but what that meant was fight music. So crunk music was fight music. That's the next step. So first, you're staying up late in the '80s having a party. No, so first it all started out with George Clinton, and if we're going to be real, it started out with Funkadelic Parliament in the '70s. If we're going to be real with this one, so you have like one nation under a groove, getting down just for the funk of it. One nation and we're on the move, nothing can stop us now. And then you also had like not just need whoa, not just the dun 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 dun. You had that kind of stuff, and then that's like your uncle. That's like your cool uncle that actually showed you what cool is about, and he still remembers being cool. And the real cool people never stop being cool. So George Clinton is our uncle of hip hop that got us to stay up late in the '90s. With some of the other some of his friends that were like maybe a little bit like that helped pass that they were between our cool uncle that's already an OG in like the 60s and 70s coming into the 80s, and he never stopped being cool to this day. Then you have some of your hip hoppers New York, that I'm not saying that New York hip hop came, but you can't take Funkadelic out of what hip hop became. Not that it was necessarily the same thing as hip hop in the 80s as it blew up in New York, but what that actually came into, it somehow came back to George Clinton. So we remembered our uncle, and we got to stay up late in the '80s. Then the '90s, we were like, yeah, man, we're not only staying up late, but we're gonna go outside at late. And if the cops come, fuck them. And my uncle also has a gun, and I know where it's at. That's like the '90s. Then the late '90s. Now we get to around. We're not only up at night outside, but we're going to the spot. We're hanging out now. We're on the block at the club, but more so like at the club at first. We're still at the club at this point. So maybe being on the block is after the club shuts down, but we're in the club now, and we're throwing bowls and stuff like that. And but that shit can go outside. Then it goes outside. I don't know how you would describe the late first 10 years of the 2000s. You might have had like a little bit of I don't know if you had like a little bit of like the music would have been about drugs, because by the time the 2000s came, like a lot of the second half of the 90s, but then like to the 2000s you start having like drug. You could maybe say, I don't mean to be calling people out, but you could maybe say that some of what made drug culture popular in music, not that the first appearance would have been this artist, because you had drug references in the 90s, but one of the you have the story of like say like No Limit, and they weren't shy about how they had parlayed hustling on the street into a rap career. But that in itself, it might have made the aesthetic around drugs, that might have been like one of the artists that really landed and was accepted and popular, knowing damn well how they came up with like the No Limit stuff. And then maybe some of your other down south like hits, they had like maybe a little bit of reference to drugs, but especially like with No Limit. But then in the 2000s, it was, so all I meant to say is that, so now in the early 2000s, first 5 years, you got your crunk. That's like the aesthetic. But you also had Pharrell being smooth, because you got to balance that out. So a lot of people were on Pharrell's sound. Like even this, you listen to damn near anything from like the first 5 years of the 2000s, and it's like there's this thing you can do with like, so if you have like a snare, right? It's like, and it can like kind of drag out, so it's kind of like wet. It's kind of like no, that's Pharrell sound, but it's like, but it's a snare though, like it drags out like that. But Pharrell sound was like, and even like so you have like a sustain. That's what he did. I think he limited the sustain. So you have like a piano key, right? It's like as a chord, but then that's you hold down the piano foot pedal and it rings out like that. But if you take your foot off of it, it's like ding, ding. And Pharrell did that with his entire music, but it was very slick how he did it. Like that was him, that was his sound, and he was winning with that. He was killing with that, and he wasn't taking too many of any prisoners. I actually know the man. I did a class, like a kind of like an intimate class of learning from the Songwriting School of Los Angeles. They have a lot of great content available online and in person in Los Angeles, and they advertise too, and they support like artists who don't have a lot of means, but they're very like if you can imagine someone landing in LA that knows they got something to do with music back in the day, or they can do something, but they just need a little bit of help, and they don't really got means like that. Because a lot of music stuff is expensive as shit. They'll actually work with you like I met the owner of that school calling in the first day, and he was like, oh yeah, man. So what? He treated me like a real person. He talked to me like that's one of the only people that actually talked to me like directly like a real person. My whole life he was like that when I met him. He's like, oh yeah, you're in school for music. Hey man, I just want to tell you that's like completely worthless, man. It's like a degree, man. But he wasn't trying to talk me out of nothing, but he's like, yeah, the degree stuff is like almost like completely worthless because you don't need that to express yourself. But that was a really cool thing that he got me thinking like that. But then he was like, oh man, but you should take these classes. Like the ones I would recommend would be like this music class and this one that actually talks about like music business. I took that music business, damn near the best class I ever took. It's with Jalen Whitmore. He was an executive for like Sony and some. He would have damn near been working with Kanye West at that point when Kanye West was like landing some of those deals. Because he's worked with some of your biggest artists, and I think he may have worked with him. He didn't say that, but he was working with them type of people I was mentioning. And also, one of his close friends and associates, Jalen Whitmore, was the actual guitarist that almost any song that you would hear by Pharrell, he had some cool songs, but also he had some great guitar on his songs. One of the coldest, all those songs had this guy named Brent something. I don't know his last name, but his name is Brent. And he's responsible for that stuff. And yeah, I did that. He didn't even really mention Pharrell in these classes, but he's like, yeah, man. And the thing is that so sometimes like you'll get a deal, man, and like everyone, we're all together and we're working on this, and then this guy does like he's just kind of like being that we really can't make a deal, man, and he's really being a stickler on this point, and and that's the kind of thing, man, where it's like, yeah, you can do that and you can make like maybe even a few $1,000s, but what does that do to the relationship? And I mean, and just to say, make the long story short, we didn't work with that guy again. And I don't know if he's doing too much of anything these days, because that's the kind of stuff he was doing. But I just, you do a sturdy deal with people, man. And, I don't even work with that stuff, man, because I just like, my wife is more savvy with that. So I don't even do much of anything, but I play my instrument. But every once in a while, man, you go and you see, and it's like a check, man. And you're like, whoa, man, they kind of did me solid, man. So if I get a call again, I'm going to want to work with that guy, and that's the thing. It's the relationships like that. So that's the kind of game I got up in that class, talking to the man that's behind some of your great tracks. And they are great with Pharrell. But the greatest lesson that I learned from that whole thing because if you watch that Jalen guy, he's so much of himself. He like, and I'll just get to talking shit, man. So we're gonna come in here, man, and we're gonna have a good class. I'm gonna talk some shit, but we're gonna have a good time. And like, I had this thing where like some of the people come through this class, and back in the day, and I had this girl make me this little postcard in like a drawing, and she's like, fuck the labels, man. So, that's the kind of stuff we're on. But, I will get to the nuts and bolts and we'll talk about deal structure, man, because this is the way people are moving in this age. And 5 years ago, I would have said it's all about Facebook ads, but now it's over to your Instagrams and stuff like that. But preserve the relationship, man, because this thing, it don't move like 9 to 5, man. It's like a whole nother kind of animal. But but we're gonna do some sturdy deals, and it's but keep the relationship, man. So that's what they taught, is that it's about the relationship and about being savvy, but also working your ass off, but being savvy. That might be just what I said out my mouth right there. If you can appreciate the tenor and where I'm coming from with that, that might be the most valuable lesson you can have in business and life, is to be yourself, bullshit with people, but also be serious about what it takes to have the standpoint to be around people and bullshitting with them, so that you bullshit with people, but when it comes down to like checking out and stuff, things check out. That's what I learned from those men. But that's the kind of seasoning you can get right up. And I wasn't in a room with those guys, but I was having like on-demand access to some of those courses. And if I would have been in Los Angeles, I could have been exactly in a room with those men, just walking up to the Songwriting School of Los Angeles and paying for a class. And the class wasn't cheap, but it damn near wasn't anything like you'd pay in school, like in college. And you're sitting up next to and on a first name basis in front of 3 or 4, 5, maybe 6, 7, but more so 3 or 4, 5, 6 people with these men right there, those actual men right there. And but Pharrell had some great cuts back then, and some of Pharrell's cuts were influential to me because he had some of these. I like more so his song with Nerd, like No One Ever Really Dies. He had Fly or Die. Fly or Die was big when we were in those dorm rooms, like Mommy, Daddy, I know you love me. Brad Gray's PlayStation restriction, you take it from me. Something goes wrong. Cause Fly or Die, Sink or Swim. I'm killing that. I'm not killing it in a cool way. But then he'd also have ones like it's just so much. He combined so many influences: rock and roll, hip hop, just being himself, expressing himself. That's what's dope in Pharrell. But then he also had one that was like he had another. So there's now I think about I think he may have actually jacked 3 6 Mafia. Now I think about it, because I just did a video yesterday talking about 3 6 Mafia. Had that song I'm So High. He had that song I'm So High, and it sounds like damn near like on another wavelength that doesn't belong in this reality, because of how much of a trance, but how dope it is too. But also how it's not exactly like you can't judge nothing in this life, but. And all this life is really poison if you think about it. But it's what you do and you intend to do with poison and without that makes you you. But a lot of life can be called poison, just as far as substances go and things like that. But also like our conduct and our dealings. But then Pharrell, that was like in the late '90s that they had that song I'm So High. That was off of what 3 6 Mafia album was that? When the Smoke Clears, I think. That's the album When the Smoke Clears, I'm So High. But then in 2004, like maybe they were making it in 2003. No, Pharrell had one of their Nerd albums. It wasn't Fly or Die, but it was the one before that. And it had Fly or Die was dope in 2004. That's the same year I came of age with that album. Also, like being around adults in like dorm rooms and stuff, and having the experiences that go with that. But then in the playlists that go with that. Then he had that song, Am I High? Didn't you know? He's talking like a pusher, like he's talking like a drug. Didn't you know I could help or hurt you? Didn't. And wait, I never said I was an angel. Sad like those other guys, but well, it would be cool if I could remember more of that. It's like didn't I say I could help or hurt you? Didn't. But he's talking like a drug. Like he's talking like what drugs sound like. But it's like it's dope. He sounds like dope. He's dope right there. Not good for you. Not so cool, but not good for you. And not trying to act like it's good for you, but still cool and acting like cool, but letting you know what it's about. Dope like that. But then he also had this one where it's like I think it might have been Fly or Die. He was like it's like drill sergeant, I'm not going to war. It's like I didn't drill sergeant da da da. I'm not going to war. Da, na, na. He had it's like a march song about him walking off on a drill instructor at the time that America's in a war pitch. He made that reference like that. Some things you actually when the entire society is in mass psychosis, you can't appreciate how that brainwashing affects your mind and what you think is possible and not possible. So Pharrell to make a song like that, man, shout out props to the man Pharrell, be above and beyond all hip hop artists for that one song alone, where he's standing up to a drill sergeant as anti propaganda the year 2003 when America is you have 9/11 just happened and America's in a war pitch. Because I think that not that I don't mean to mock or be flipping around national interest, but just giving people a perspective that you don't have to. It's not all about war and war is not cool. Even though we should have known by then that war is not cool by the year 2003, but mass psychosis, propaganda, nationalism, it can be thick. And so even maybe people that went and served since that at that time and since that time, they would have maybe liked to do something different if they could do it again, or they'd respect a person that didn't do that or did it different for being exposed to Pharrell. But Pharrell was dope for that. But he also had guitar in that, and it would have been that man Brent like that. But then so you had like this crunk music around that same time. But Pharrell wasn't about actually Pharrell. He probably did do like cuts with like some stuff that would be like not exactly different than what was prevalent around crunk time, but it was about that. Then you also had the drug part in the early 2000s. Then at the end of that, the end of the first decade of the 2000s, when you had come past the crunk music and the drug influence in like that hustling is cool influence. I'm not judging none of that, but I'm just talking about the trends of where mass consumer culture and also value society were and what flew in music. You had actual real gangster rap in that because you still had the streets that whole time and people were going to express themselves and people got talent in and out the streets. So I'm just talking about what was commercially like the real trends. But you also had all that the trends is just what's in your face was pop like pop. So I'm talking about like some of the pop of hip hop, not to call Master No Limit about pop, but you had like the trends of hip hop and what like the normal person would be aware of and could understand. But then you also had real street music. That might have been some of your real seasoning because like even real street music, it has real wisdom in there. Because I think it's like folk. Because like folk music back in the day, like the work songs of the fields, it wasn't necessarily all righteous, but it was all music, and it did all have insight that you could learn from and you could take in different directions. So you had real street music that whole time, or influences in mainstream that came from that. And I just want to say that you had all the elements of the streets that whole time of like hip hop, even going way back to the early 90s and probably the 80s too, if you were to hear some of what would have been available. But then by the late 2010s, very around that, you had like it actually got all the way up to drill music at that time. So you had your uncle that came over that you met when you're young and you kind of imitated him in the 80s and you did your own thing partying like your uncle used to. But then when you started doing then you also went outside and you stood up to the cops. But then you also remembered some of your uncle's swag and you brought that back into what you did outside in front of and beyond like the cops. Then you start putting on like you start getting more comfortable around gangster stuff. I'm talking about the people as a general, the status quo layman people as they understand music. Then you get to the late 90s and you start to play with a little bit like hip hop and street, hip hop and rap, with the difference between hip hop and rap. It kind of blends in, it's synonymous, and it's not the same thing necessarily, but it can also be very similar. And then you have some people maybe pay for that with their life or their freedom in different ways, both the artists and people that would emulate and rock with that. Then you also had just a little bit of introduction of like popularizing drugs. You had that the whole 90s, maybe the 80s too, but it was more mainstream in the latter point of the 90s. When we knew the story about people like hustlers that would become rappers, and then also just like great artists like I'm saying like 3 6 Mafia that were already street, but they were just simply brilliant musicians and they were expressing who they were, and part of that would be drug stuff like I'm So High. But I don't think they were as well known in the late 90s as they would become, and even their tracks from the late 90s would become. I don't think they blew up with the song Sipping on Scissor, I think in the late 90s, because you did also have some clubbing songs, like some real, like showing you what the real club is about in the 90s and stuff like that. And that would be like that song, sipping on some scissor. I can't really, that's where I first heard the name Project Pat. My friend in school that knocked me off my ass, that I said in the beginning of this video, that comedian like that, he was like, there's this other kid, the best friend of the kid was like, damn, you're gonna knock that fool over like that? You just laugh like that? His friend was like this cold dude. He's like this. He was a. I'm saying this in a cool way. He was a white boy that was a cold hooper. He was another hooper that you can call a hooper and not be mincing words. He had this kind of like this kind of like sim like body. He had a funny body frame, but he was cold like that. He just like he like just go up and do a lip and like just very kind of like he was like very he was like a little bit awkward but really cold and efficient, like an awkward killer like that. His name was Pat. And then so he liked the way that I played off the court. Like he'd see me like playing 1-on-1. He's like, damn man, that fool was cold, man. He's like, man, he's whooping your ass, man. He would say stuff like that, man. He's like, man, people are sleeping on you, man. He would say that. And then some of my friends that didn't go to my school, they'd see me playing like pickup or 1-on-1, and they'd be like, damn man, you're a slasher, man. You're more of a slasher than Pat. I know Pat over there at your school, and they start him, but you're actually more of a slasher than him. And but that would mean I'm better than him, because he was better at organized basketball, and I was comfortable with like pickup and like playground basketball, but it converted a little bit and it had traction a little bit, but it's not the same thing. But Pat was a killer like that in a game like that. I was a killer in a practice, and then I'd get hot in games, but not just all the way sturdy in games. But he was cold like that, and he was a killer like that. And then my other friend that was a comedian, he was like, he had a joke for everybody and their mom. He'll ride you and your mom. Like my name, when I was a little kid in New Mexico, they'd call me Tango, but they say like like kind of like with that floating like Southwest like Chicano Tejano accent, New Mexico accent. They'd be like I can't say like Tango, like they said like a certain way. And that's what I grew up hearing. But he called me. He was good in Spanish. He was interested in Spanish. He'd be like, Tango el gato pas gaso so mucho. He'd say stuff like that, and then he'll be like he called him like Project Pat, like, ooh, you got, he's like, ooh, there go Project Pat, Project Pat. I didn't know what the hell Project Pat was, but then I did hear sipping on some scissor. But then 3 6 Mafia and all of them became big, but that's just to show you that they weren't as well known, even though they already had a track list by that point, like, because that's like 2000 2001 like that. But then they blew up like that, and people more knew about them. But all I meant to say is I think Pharrell, he may have came off of them with that I'm So High song, because they had been the first one. But then at the end of all this I've alluded to, you get into actual drill music. So you got your uncle influence you to stay up late. You start staying up late. Maybe you get disrespectful with your mom. Now you're comfortable outside and standing up to cops. Now you're putting on the airs of being a G, and you're sometimes getting repercussions for that. Then you continue with that, and you end up like going clubbing, because we get taught how to club at the end of the 2000s. Then you're also in clubs, but you're also in the dorm room life, like with stuff like Pharrell, and you're comfortable with the dorms, and then also you get around to throwing bows in the club because you're on crunk now. Then you continue with that, and you're learning from that, and you're actually starting to become like maybe an outside person, and then you got a little bit of drugs in that, and then now at the end of that, now you got drill music, and some places like come from, it's a deeper history too, because I think like I'm not trying to act like I know about drill music, but I know that the region it comes from. Now I come from the Midwest, a sister city of what the drill music scene is from, and because some cities they have they say the city where drill music is from, on a deep level, like they have like city planning, and it has to do with some of the earth. Like when you see like those engineers out there, and they got like this little tripod with like some like a little liquid balance measure, and they're making sure that like a plumb line. They're having a plumb line to make sure it's completely flat. Not only they're aligning it with the earth in a deeper level than you can appreciate just them standing on the street like that, at least in the older iterations of like city planning and architecture. They're actually connecting with some of the properties of the earth in the way that the earth is aligned. And it's called like ley lines. And it has to do with the magnetism of the earth and the alignment of the earth of itself, but also like with the planets that would actually make the building sturdy like that, according to Tashreeq Bey. but I forgot that train of thought. But from that standpoint, there's actually significance where a city would be like a real municipality center, even going back several hundred years, where it would be positioned with some of your buildings, like the great architecture. That I live in St. Paul. We have a cathedral. One of the sites to see in St. Paul is the cathedral. If you drive past there to this day, it is built with immaculate construction, beautiful architecture. I like, if you look at it, it's this big old beautiful architecture, but in the middle of it up there, there's this little patch with like some bricks, just like some bricks, but they're so beautiful how they're laid like that and how they're humble like that, and they look like work. So you have this beautiful structure, but the most beautiful part about it is actually the work right there. That brick work in the middle up there, kind of up there. If anyone's from the area and have looked at it, they know what I mean. But then also, I had a teacher in school who was my art teacher, and she actually kind of dismissed like some of my. I think I actually had some pieces for her. Like I drew this picture of Allen Iverson. I always liked Allen Iverson's eyes, and I could draw things with a lot of verisimilitude when I was young. Like I'll look at a picture and I'll draw it and make it look just like that picture. So I drew a picture of Allen Iverson and also E40. E40 had a picture on his album where he had like some glasses on and there's like some sophisticated shadow. And I damn near had a lot of verisimilitude when I drew his picture. And I showed it to my art teacher and she didn't give a damn about it or show me any kind of like confirmation that to confirm the actual what may have been a demonstration of an ability. But then I got into to psychology class, and they're like, yeah, so like people with this and that condition, they usually can like draw things very exact. They say things exact and they draw things very exact. So I'm like, man, maybe I have a problem because I drew it so exact like that. So then I try to like put color on it because it's black and white, so I could convince myself I'm not crazy. Like they're getting ready to try to convince me in that class, like with this little stupid that's the actual way that's where people start the training that later becomes the diagnosis that they place on people if people would continue with that. So some of that class was interesting and I learned things, but some of it was about bullshit, I think. But but that teacher of all, she said that she had this class at the university, the same university where I cut my teeth as an adult, like just getting comfortable with other adults away from supervision. And she said that she would have to like draw hundreds of sketches every day, like even on the bus, she'd be sketching stuff just because she needed so many before she got to class. And out of all the sketches that she likes of all time and all art that she likes of all time, her favorite piece is like this famous sketch of a workhorse. Something about that, it's like that work of that, the work of a workhorse, but also you become what you convey through artistic means, according to Osho. And you don't know how to draw. According to Osho, he has this beautiful piece about what it means to draw a rotten, stinking fish for a student becoming a master, and you really don't appreciate what it means to convey and draw a rendition of a stinking dead fish until you actually become that and you get locked in a room with a decrepit dead fish and your teacher, preceptor mocks and derides and dismisses and throws out your art piece until you really had become that. So maybe I'm really supposed to become Allen Iverson in E40 and I hadn't yet got there with that picture, but you become something of exactly what you're conveying, and the exact point where the piece, the artist, and their implement and their concept is the same thing. So that artistic teacher, she was impressed by the work, by work. That's the most beautiful thing in her mind is work. The intellectual Nietzsche, to him the most beautiful thing, even more beautiful than like I think to him even more beautiful than sex. And he had some things to say about sex, and he was also part of a liaison with a woman who was very beautiful, according to Robert Greene, in the 1800s. And she was so beautiful, and she would have things to say. She could describe sexual activity so poignant that it would be like incredible that someone could put that in words like that. But someone actually like they lost themselves by her breaking their heart, and it had to do with like this like I don't know what you call it, like a love triangle. I don't know what the cool way to say love triangle is. It's not in Menage a Trois, but like a deep love triangle that's not in everyone's benefit. I think maybe all lovers, there's two that love. There's one that loves, one that's loved, and one that watches. That's actually the dynamic of lovemaking. So there's always something of a witness when you're loving, and also something of a stooge or there's something of a odd man out or someone that's jilted. I think in love, whether they're owed love or not, or whether they're in a relationship with someone or not, because no one's owed nothing, not least of which love. But there's someone that's maybe there's someone that's maybe left out or maybe someone that's disappointed when two people fall in love, not to be jealous, but just that's just like the dynamic. It's kind of like a cake. So love, how do you describe love? Love is a cakewalk. Da na 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 na, boop, and one person's ass is out, and that's kind of like even any love, I think, and that's a dynamic at play that makes love fun and sexy, because it's a tournament thing. We're a tournament mating species, according to Rollo Tomasi, that speaks about intersexual dynamics in some men's issues on YouTube. Um, and then but that's the name. I think he appropriated that name from like one of your famous movies of the '90s. So I don't know what his real name is, that man. But Nietzsche, he thought that even knowing that woman and having experience with that woman, like very sexy, beautiful woman that likes like artists and intellectuals, to him the most beautiful thing was simply men marching off to war, that march cadence, but also that unity of purpose and discipline like that, and maybe bravery, and like, but also like loyalty and things like that, valor maybe. Discipline and like self-denial, all that together is very potent. To him, that was the most beautiful thing. But to an artist like that, my teacher, the most beautiful thing is just work. And to me, the cathedral's like that, just with the work of it, the brick portion of it, in that whole edifice. But that building is so immaculate and well done way back in the days that there would actually have to be some kind of understanding to, you can't look at that and not appreciate that they had understanding of angles and symmetry and balance and structure and leveling and foundation and edifice, maybe maintenance too, but such that they appreciate the actual some properties of the earth that are deeper than what a layman could appreciate, and they'd be called like the ley lines. But according to that, the city of Mecca, according to Tashri Bey, the city of Mecca and Chicago, it lines up in terms of these deeper properties of the earth. And Mecca is considered the holy city of the United States, but also Chicago, what I'm referring to, is a profound center, for better and worse, I think, of the United States, because Jordan came. So I met a person at the end of high school, and he said he was from Chicago, but he was from the next school over. I never knew him in school, but I met him in the community, and I'd practiced basketball alone at this community center, a library. And I was talking to him, and he was talking to me about life, and he's like, yeah, he's from Chicago. In his mind, if you can survive in Chicago, you can survive anywhere. It's funny because I met him in the Twin Cities, so maybe he couldn't cut it in Chicago. But I shouldn't joke like that, because he was a sturdy kind of dude, and he was being honest with me. But he said, if you can make it in Chicago, you can make it anywhere. And if you can do it in Chicago, you can do it anywhere. So that might be significant that our GOAT Jordan came from Chicago. Yes, I read a book about basketball, and it said that there's this coach named Bob Knight, and he was very I think it was a book. I think it might have actually been a book by Michael Jordan's mentor. I forget that man's name, but he has two books. It's called On Winning, Relentless, and I think it's called On Winning, and then there's another one called Relentless. The man who coached Jordan behind the scenes, the personal trainer, back in the glory years of the Bulls and Jordan era, and also he worked with like Kobe and Dwayne, I think, among others. And then he was saying that so Bob Knight, this coach, he had been with the Olympics, like of like the 80s, like way like maybe 84, I think, the Olympic team of 84. So he knew firsthand Michael Jordan. He had been the coach of Indiana long years, Bob Knight, and he's always flipping out on players that whole time. If you think of Bob Knight, you think of him tripping out on players. That's kind of a little bit problematic, because you're supposed to be like developing people, like young people, but maybe that's tough love in his mind. But he was really all about basketball, and so he was like he knew Jordan firsthand. And I think the according to this book, the Portland Trailblazers had a higher pick than the Bulls. And I think they may have passed up Jordan, and Jordan's history might have been different if they would have selected Jordan. But they somehow they were getting counsel from Bob Knight about their pick, and he's like, you need to pick this guy named Jordan. And they're like, but we. Oh, yeah, but we get that, but we need a center. He's like, so play him at center. And maybe if they would have played Jordan at center and then used him as he was effective in the game, you might have had a different history about like the greatest team in Dynasty also. But all I meant to say, but Jordan ended up in Chicago, and you could say that maybe some of the brilliance of what Jordan is, it would have something to do about Chicago, just because he was in that area. He was developing as a person, as a player, and also being impacted, influenced potentially by the place where he resided, Chicago. So you could say that if you can do it in Chicago, you can do anything. If you can be the greatest in Chicago, you can be the greatest anywhere, according to that line of reason. And Jordan would fit into that. But so Chicago, it gives us the most extreme versions of a lot of things, like for better and worse. And so, but it's considered a sister city of Mecca, which is a holy city, according to some deep properties of the earth, according to Tashriq Bey. And I don't mean to be profane about the fact that Mecca is actually a veritable holy city and a holy destination, but Chicago has a lot to offer life, and it's considered a sister city. But where I'm from is considered a sister city of Chicago, also, by that same reasoning, I think. But the I forgot how I got that tangent, but the Midwest, so the Midwest, it has its own history and dynamics that's a part of, but also beyond and different than hip hop in itself. Because one is that the hip hop, the Midwest has a real gangster history, according to the older iterations of gangsters. Because according to Dr. Umar Johnson, gangsterism was actually it's a profession. Actually, in the strictest sense, gangsterism is a profession for marginalized people who are ambitious and also organized all the way back. Some of that has to do with, like, you have different histories of that. So you have different versions of gangsterism. That you have Italian gangsters that actually had to do with some of the family structure. So you say, "Mamma mia, it's the pizza." What do you say to mama? It's mama's pizza, man. What you? I'm sounding whack like that. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but because the mama made the pizza and the pasta. Like things like that. The actual respect for a mother. It's interesting because that would seem matriarchal, but that connection to family, the importance of family in Italy, from my layman perspective, loosely referencing different things I've come across, is that the force of family is strong the world over, but nowhere necessarily more so, maybe as much, but maybe not necessarily more so than Italy. So Japan gave us our true warriors, our real warriors the world over. You have the Kshatriyas of India that are formidable among warriors, but even Osho, a brave and formidable thinker from India, familiar with the Kshatriya caste. You have like Brahmin, the priest. I think it's something with a V for the business class. The Shudra is the working labor menial class, and then the Kshatriya is the warrior class by birth. But even that tradition of India is on par with, not necessarily beyond that of the samurai of Japan, but as family goes, the force of family, but also a little bit gangsterism. Italy would be very strong among family values in the first place, and then maybe regulation of a community in the second place, and gangsterism in the third place. Italy gave us a lot of that, but that's not only unique to Italy, because you would have like the Irish version of that, maybe, and then different European versions of that would converge in the United States. So you had a problem around gangsterism before employment was available for people from some of these backgrounds who were interested in running their communities and having say. That comes down to economics. But as the opportunities may have been limited by different metrics, such as maybe restrictions on access to education, like to read, write, and vote, but also hold certain offices and posts, there would be difficulty with access to employment for these people, ambitious but also organized and family oriented, such that you had a real problem of gangsterism in the United States. But it was more so European gangsterism that would be running that, formidable or associated with that, according to Dr. Umar Johnson. But then they were exactly brought over to and recruited to the police precinct. I think the Irish inherited the police by and large statistically, and the Italians inherited the fire department. But also the fire department works hand in glove with the police, because they both arrive and both make a spectacle of themselves and of a scene, traditionally, that somewhat sustains the game of cop and robber and make it viable, that we take it hella serious, but also we pay for it by supporting their services. But you can say that the gangsterism of the European cohorts, that is, so you could say that you had gangsterism in the United States among Europeans going way back, like at least the entire beginning of the 19th century, likely probably also some of the 1800s. I don't know about 1700s, but at least the 1800s, the latter of which, and the beginning of the 19th centuries, we can appreciate there was gangsterism, at least among the Italian, the Irish, and the Italian, the Irish, and my bad. Italian, Irish, and so you had Irish in prohibition is part of that too. The regulation of Irish people are associated with liquor, alcohol, going way back. That might not just simply be because like a problem with alcoholism, but actually some of the dynamics of distributing alcohol, such as running drugs, that might have to do with some of the association between. I'm just conjecturing hypothetically between Irish people and alcohol would be actually the gangsterism of Irish culture. And Irish are formidable gangsters going back, and also warriors going back. The Irish are like that. Um, so are the Scottish, but I think the Irish too. But but so but the Irish went more so to the police department. That's above board gangsterism because all things are balanced. You cop and robber, so they took over above board gangsterism. The Italians, they may have took over uh, paramedic fire department, but which also works with the above. You could say the fire department is the balance between the above board authorized sanctioned gangsters, that is the police, professional criminals, the police, or at least versed with criminal activity to contend with it. But then the Italians, they had the fire department that would include like EMT, paramedic, but then also they still kept some of the clandestine and gangsterism that had different ethics. So they kind of like maybe did a little bit of both, where they played so the Irish played the good guy, maybe a little bit of the EMT, and then the Italian played the bad guy and the EMT, and maybe a little bit of the good guy too. But you had that going on, and that never really actually left us. So you could say that your real gangsters to this day, they're your three-letter organizations, but also lower than that, or a attendant of that, is your actual like law enforcement. But even EMT services, you don't appreciate how EMT services, they serve both bad guys and good guys, but they also keep the game of cop and robber viable, because part of the trauma of it's actually kind of traumatic. That you think that the ambulances are saving life and it's beautiful, but if you ever had to ride in an ambulance, it's kind of scary as hell. It's actually just a truck. Like a school bus is actually just a truck. When you know what a school bus is, it's a big old truck. But also an ambulance is just a truck. It's just a mean ass truck. It's not necessarily more comfortable than a truck. But so you get in something horrible happen, and here goes this truck come up like that, and it's a spectacle it's traumatic to the people. Someone's down bad. You know what that means with the ambulance, especially if they come out and they have to pick someone up off the ground like that. Hopefully they're still alive. But then you get up in that ambulance, and it's still scary as shit in there, because you think you might be about to be out of here. What do you need? What's your name, sir? You don't know if you're gonna make it out there. You think about it's not necessarily like, it's okay, we're angels, you're here for you. It's like it's this mean ass truck, you're about to potentially die and pass away. But they just created a spectacle, and it's traumatic that whole time for the person being saved, and not that they wouldn't want the services, but it's still traumatic and sometimes futile and useless, the service that they get. And it might actually be a wicked way to die, because you think you're about to die, here come this entitled person like, hey man, what's up, man? I just want to talk to you, man. And you can sense like, yeah, man, this person got their life together. They're probably getting laid after this, and they probably got a nice car, and they probably got some cool stuff going on, and they're not entirely concerned with whether I live or die, but they're making me feel confident, because if they got their life that well together and they're getting laid that much, it must be about to work out, because they must be know what they're about to do. But they just told you that, and then you didn't make it, and you didn't make it by someone lying to you, making you think that they cared about you, that they didn't enjoy a standard of living because of the potential for you getting slain like that, and they failed to serve you. Not that they could have done anything differently, but they played into the society that may have got you in that position. So that might be a heinous way to die if you think about it, in an ambulance with these entitled, privileged, oversexed, over-moneyed people, whatnot, that are winning at life. They're not subject to some of the same dangers just via your appearance and then the cycles that play for you. And you're about to die with them, but they're about to make you think you're going to get through this thing, but also like you're not quite all that important, because they got their shit together, and here you go, this person that just got hurt like that. But the scene of the ambulance showing up, it keeps the game, because like if you hurt someone, bad someone, and then the sirens come, and now everybody gets to know how bad someone just got hurt. It makes it more wickeder, but it also makes it more like a cred, like damn man, like there's this actual song by Pharrell, like what happened to that boy, what happened to that boy. I'm not sure if Pharrell made that one, my bad. I think that was like a Neptune's cut. I think that was a Neptune's cut. No, maybe that might have been
That might have been the Dirty South that did that one. I'm not sure if that was the Dirty South or that was a Neptune. I think that was a Pharrell beat. It was like a there's these two twins that would be rappers back then. I forget their name. They're still like they're still like consequential in like in terms of like what's going on in hip hop, but I can't think of their name offhand. But they had a song, do 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 do. What happened to that boy? Do do. What happened to that boy? That's kind of like the ambulance showing up and like the spectacle of it, but also the cred that comes off of it. You know, like yeah, man, you heard them to that, ooh, them people, they can't, they put that boy off the sidewalk like that, ooh, like that. It makes the whole game of like of assailing people and getting credit from it still viable. But so the gangsterism of the Italian and the Irish, it never went away. They just played a different side of it, or they played it differently. And then I think, but it was they still needed to do that to be economically viable and socially viable by and large. And then and then so like us people of color, you could say maybe we've always had militancy because all human groups have had militancy. We've always had a different way of presenting ourselves, both socially and like aesthetically with attire that would play into our militancy. So you could say that there's nothing necessarily new about people of color standing up, like making groups, ranking off like tribalism, and then like potentially having conflict and or combat and or redemption and peace, that like stability from that. You could reason that in different ways. But then the actual the means of being gangster, or like being having affinity with the old versions of gangsterism, and some of the detriments of that, the like the criminal activity of it. You could say that African tribalism, militancy in Africa, but also the remnants of African culture that are still with us, is not necessarily the same thing as gangsterism. Tribalism is not the same as gangsterism, but it can be less as or more wicked than gangsterism. Tribalism can be, but it's not the same, and it's not necessarily like corrupt or like criminal. Tribalism is, it can be violent, ruthless, war, but not necessarily criminal. But some of our proximity to the real criminal activity of like the Irish and the Italian in the United States, that might have to do with, you could say that one of the byproducts, that is the externalities of organized human societies that mitigate and factor for some of the detriments of nature by being a civil society. You could say that a byproduct of that, a balance of continuing the conflict that's necessary as nature, is actual criminal activity that would take place in civilization, for lack of a better word. Your civil societies that are also based on feudalism and taking advantage of others in private property in different ways, different advantage and skewing of equity and parity. That amounts to, but you still have the desires, the coveting, the ambition, and also the skill and the ingenuity, the craftiness, the looseness around ethics, as in anything goes in war, in love and war, stuff like that. You get actual gangster criminal activity first, or maybe second, and then organized criminal activity, that is gangsterism in civil society, especially as feudalism is a tenet of that, as the history of Europe shows us. But then part of being in the United States, you could reason maybe African society, as it's been Americanized, westernized, it adopted and incorporated and become part of gangster, maybe better of gangsters, because a lot of African society, African people can do things very well. As much as people are racist about things, if you get a person of African descent and they're interested in something, they may be damn well good at it, if not better than where they got it from. So like the Western iteration of military science, military practice, military conduct is not necessarily the same as it would have been in Africa. Not to say that Africa didn't have military science and military activity, but the European iteration of that may have been different, the European approach to war. But if you were to think about the most formidable soldier or officer in the United States military, pound for pound, I don't know who that'd be, but I'd imagine it may be an African American person or a person of African descent, or someone trained by an African American person of African descent. I would imagine that. So American African, if they have a reason to, they'll adapt to any environment, overcome any environment, but also better and best a lot of environments. So you could say that maybe us as a people, we have adopted, incorporated, but someone also better invested the actual gangsterism and gangster approach to life, but also to tribalism that's still deeply who you are. So I don't think there'll ever be a point where American Africans or Africans won't have won't be tribal to some degree, because that's really what we come from over eons, and that's what a lot of what we are. That's the way we think, and we've come to be like this. Not that we can't be different, but that's a lot of what we've been by necessity of the environment and other humans is tribal. But the gangsterism in America, the combined gangsterism, tribalism, that may be unique to the American experience, and then also American Africans and also Americans are very influential the world over, according to Umar Johnson, a exporter of culture. So that impacts the whole earth when we're on one like that. But so I was just a little bit getting on a tangent with that. But a lot of that, it was also around Chicago, the gangsterism, and then where I'm from in the Twin Cities, is that I've actually, every once in a while you'll bump into an old timer in the Twin Cities, and they will really give you some they'll give you some insight into the area that you couldn't appreciate on the surface. So like I'm from St. Paul, and I would at different times I would have a lot of work opportunity in Minneapolis. There's actually, I would say there's almost a little bit better of opportunity in Minneapolis than St. Paul, generally speaking. A little bit different economics, a little bit different ways of being, a little bit different dynamics. I had a pastor at church, and he was referencing what principalities are. And so principalities are kind of like the lines of authority, like the boundaries, but also the way that power operates along the lines of authority, both human and human and territorial, but also that combination of where like a person's jurisdiction would lie, how things are done in this zone versus that zone, this jurisdiction versus that jurisdiction, this leadership within this jurisdiction versus that leadership in that jurisdiction, and how that plays out. That's what's referred to as principalities in the Holy Bible, I think. And it's not like rulers. So like we battle not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, principalities, and people in high places and stuff like that. The principality part, I think that's the lines of authority, understood and expressed, and also implied and implicitly. There's another word for that. Implicit and I think it starts with a T. What's that word? So in effect, that's what principalities are, and it's not necessarily spiritual, but it can have implications of life and death and coming into and out of existence and sustaining existence that would near about be approaching or beyond what you could call spiritual. The implications of that, but the principalities, that is the jurisdictions and zoning, are different between St. Paul and Minneapolis, and I think that's actually what makes Minneapolis and St. Paul a little bit of a like a canary in the coal grind, or testing point, or a beta phase for the broader experience. So you could say during the pandemic, there was some outcry around police brutality, such as the George Floyd riots the world over. But you could say that not only was the Twin Cities, St. Paul, Minneapolis, a ground zero for that movement, because that was a world movement. You saw famous people like getting out in the street and doing things they wouldn't otherwise be doing as a consequence of that uproar and upheaval and release of something during the pandemic. But it actually came from police violence in Minneapolis, and some Minneapolis police have a reputation. St. Paul do also, but it's a different reputation and juxtaposed, and it's somewhat viable because of the contrast between it exists like that because of the contrast and maybe rivalry and dynamics between St. Paul and Minneapolis is what makes Minneapolis, where you had the famous George Floyd slayings, but also the conditions that made that possible. But prior to that, in 2016, you had the slaying of Philando Castile, a classmate of mine in high school. I'm not sure if he graduated, what year he graduated. I was at the same school as him from 2000 to 2004, but I'm not sure if he graduated in 2000, 2001. I think he graduated in either 2000 or 2001, so he was way in the hell older than me. But he would have either just graduated the spring before I began, or the spring of my freshman year. I think it would have been the spring before I began, because I never heard of him in school. But I think some of my older friends and friends of family would have been with him. But he was slain in St. Paul famously in 2016, very close to my first job as a professional driver, like a block away. And but that may have actually somewhat began the dynamic, or it may not. It's not a cause of the George Floyd slaying, but it's correlated to the George Floyd slaying, the slaying of Philando Castile, famously on the St. Paul side, and George Floyd in Minneapolis. But I think that also Minneapolis has been like a case, like the subject of defunding of police has emanated from the Twin Cities. A lot of your dynamics around like the ICE raids. I'm not versed in ICE, but I know that the St. Paul, Minneapolis, Twin Cities is significant as that goes. So a lot of your controversy and actually social instability the country over, it attends, or it's not necessarily distinct from or different from dynamics in the Twin Cities on a very fine level, a subtle level. You could say that a lot of like, and then I think also now you have a Somali neighbor, a Somali mayor someone running for office in Minneapolis now, and he's Somalian, and so Twin Cities is unique because you have a large presence of Hmong people Hmong people are from near the area of Vietnam, not necessarily Vietnam, I think, but near Vietnam, and they have a lesser known history as being proximate and somewhat maybe pivotal in the Vietnam War, such as to be allies of the United States in the Vietnam War. Generally speaking, from my rough appraisal or exposure to that history. And so they were given a means of like a pathway to citizenship to the United States, similar to like some people from the Middle East now that have been like ushered in and welcomed into the United States economic structure and civil structure by conflict in the Middle East. That had been the case with the Hmong in around the Vietnam War era, that I understand. And they predominantly landed in California and Minnesota, but then also they were just simply excellent people, and they're sturdy people that don't make too much they don't draw too much attention to themselves, but they're very effective, savvy, and cool and smooth people. So the best students I went to within school were Hmong people, and I don't mean to be prejudiced by saying that Asian people are better academically than Western people, but they weren't the students that I knew that were Hmong. Yes, they were intelligent. I was sometimes recognized as gifted with mathematics. I have been recruited for a giftedness program in early elementary that involved mathematical training on computers for many hours alone in the early 90s. And then when I was in middle sixth grade, I came from New Mexico, but I had a lot of poor education, and even though I had that opportunity with the training for mathematics and giftedness, that I didn't know what giftedness meant or fancy that when I was young, but I had actually been potentially designated that or received that kind of attention from some people evaluating me. I guess I don't know if that had been I don't know. There was a actual computer teacher in my school in elementary, and I had been scared of him when I was a kid because I didn't. Something about him was a little bit scary to me. He's a very tall person and like very like intimidating stature. And he was very kind and sweet, but he was also a little bit like intimidating to a small person. But I'm not sure if it had been my teachers that evaluated me and made him aware of me, or my participation in his computer class, because we also had computer class with him, that made him aware of me. But he got me into these giftedness programs, and I actually didn't know what he was doing for me because I was too young to understand that. And he would give me rides to this computer class, and he also he wanted me to participate in an art contest, like to draw a picture, and my picture actually won in Albuquerque. Like it won something like of a prize, as a not like a nominal prize, but an actual, I placed somewhere as an artist as a very small child. And he brought over my prize one day. But then also I got paid for participation in that computer class with him, like $30 at the end of the semester, which is a lot for a child. And some of that experience, both the confidence in solving problems, but also being alone with the computer doing rigorous, mundane, and somewhat boring, arbitrary mathematics problems that had been like at a very influential community center in Albuquerque called the Kirkland Air Force. And that was actually some of my first exposure to Majora, like the real smooth seasoning of a real like black connection with foundational Black American culture because I hadn't been at the Black church, but I was at the Black Community Center, and there like whatever you have of influence of like hip hop and art and foundational Black American culture, it was very prominent in that community, the Kirk, and so I think I grew a lot by being there at that center. But then also I've been recognized as gifted with the math, but that didn't mean anything to me, and I didn't think of myself as better then or now than anything. But then when I got to, except maybe in basketball, but then when I got to the North, I had also been recognized by some of the other like some of the girls and some of the teachers. They were citing me mathematically because the teachers they'd have to gauge where you were coming at mathematics, and some of the education can be poor in the Southwest because of the resources. But I had my best teachers, my best looks in elementary school. Most of my teachers were not African American, but the two African American teachers I had, that computer teacher and then my fifth grade teacher, also African American and from a military background, they gave me real sturdy training around mathematics that got me all the way through school because whatever in the hell problem I had in math, like even sometimes I didn't pay attention that much like in school when I got older. And like some of your they had all these like sophisticated, overly done mathematics programs that they put in Minnesota, like that would come from the colleges. So you had this one in elementary, and then in high school we had some stupid program that tried to make math more relatable to real life, but it was just kind of stupid how they try to make it really about life, and then they give you this mathematical technical stuff they didn't really train you from that standpoint. But but the only way I got through that was because of these two African American teachers that I experienced at the beginning and the latter point of elementary, and then maybe one sturdy teacher around geometry, a Caucasian woman in Memphis, where a lot of math you only have four operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division generally, and then you have the manipulation of expression and concept within that. But that's all you're working with in math is you have the numbers 1 through 9, the placeholder and concept of 0. Then you also have the functions addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, which may be different modes of the same operation and effect. That's just basically symmetry. As this is over here, then this is over here. And what happens if you play with that, going between that, and then and then maybe geometry, like the congruence of geometry. So like parallel angles, like dissecting lines and stuff like that I learned in 10th grade. And then I had one teacher, another Caucasian man that I respected as an 8th grader when I was doing better in basketball, that got me comfortable around algebra with expressions. Just from those people alone, I got all the way the hell through school, where I probably wouldn't have made it if I didn't have those people. Like sometimes you write people off that didn't make it through school, but I wasn't a better student than people that didn't make it through school. I just had exposure to these people, or I could figure out any problem mathematically on my hands if it could be figured out like with common sense and a little bit of inclination towards math. But I got recognized like that. But this Hmong brother like that, when I was in like 6th grade, he was as intelligent as me, but I'm not trying to say that like I was more intelligent than anyone, but I'm just saying he's intelligent as anyone. But he also just had etiquette and tact that made him better as a student. Just simple tact, not like formal, like not overly done, just respect for himself and other people, just like that. He respects himself, he respects other people. He don't gotta say nothing about that. He took that same approach to school, and he was very successful like that. But a lot of the people that I met in this area who are Hmong were like that. Like I had another partner in as a pizza delivery driver, and he didn't he didn't mince words. Like they had this thing in Hmong called like sticky rice, like it's a version of rice. And he was telling me about, we got to talk about sticky rice. Like sometimes you don't know nothing about a culture, but you try to floss like you know about it with whatever unique thing you know about it. So for me, that had been the sticky rice. And I had worked with some people back in the day at a assisted living that put me up on that. And I told him, oh yeah, I know what sticky rice is. And he's like, oh, for real? And then the next day he actually brought me some real sticky rice before he made sure he arrived early to work. And he had some sticky rice for me to enjoy before I went to that shift. And sometimes you don't know, that's actually soul food. When somebody gives you something out of love that you didn't pay for, that's actually delicious, but actually it gets you through a shift or a day differently than if you would have came in there just whack and cold. You don't know how that's affecting you, and so how that impacts your life. So actually that was one of the more successful points in my life when I was just sturdy and stable, is that phase when he had blessed me with that. So you can say that maybe the times you were blessed is it not far away from some time when you actually had real soul food from another culture that you're not from, that was given to you out of love, does not somewhere attend some of the stability and successful points of your life. So that had been him. But these Hmong people are awesome like that. generally speaking, not to be prejudiced with that in the affirmative. But then also we have a Somalian presence here. So the Hmong are present in the United States predominantly in California and Minnesota. The Somali are present predominant in the United States predominantly in Atlanta, Georgia, I think, and Minnesota, but nowhere more so than Minnesota. So Minnesota is unique like that ethically, but also what these ethnicities bring to us in the infrastructure and economy here, it can be appreciated, and just a stable place to live where you can find a job. It's not necessarily the coolest place socially for different demographics like myself, but it's just getting a job and stability go. It can be very sturdy like that. This area, but then the Somali but the Somali people, they make things work here. The infrastructure with their work ethic and their tact, in their faith life, similar to the Hmong. But then also they're starting to stand up for themselves and represent themselves. So you have Ilhan Omar, who's very influential but also controversial. And as she stands up for, represents the American cause and identity, which is also international and I'm sorry, is multi-ethnic now here. But then also that can be to the point of garnering controversy. Ilhan Omar is from here, the Twin Cities. But then we have another person running for office now who's very similar, where he's standing up for and enunciating the needs of the community, but also from the standpoint of a Somali person and being familiar with the issues of working class people here, but also the Somali people who make the opportunity for work here by their contribution to the infrastructure. But that he's a leader like that, brave like that, like Ilhan Omar, but also controversial for some of these stances. So again, the Twin Cities, it can be a testing, a landing phase, a testing phase, a beta phase for a broader movement in motion over the country, as we saw with the famous slayings, the issues of police work and what police are, that brings to light. Then the actual the political version of that with Ilhan Omar and this other brother, that they address some of that, more than that, but also some of that being from here. But I see that some of these stories around those issues, they get traction nationally. So wherever you're from, there's certain things that put it on the map, like a lot of things that would put that place on the map. So for like Memphis, where I'm from, that might be music. For New Mexico, where I lived, that would be a lot of art, film, but also like jewelry, painting, just aesthetics around architecture, aesthetics about what it is to be artful and spiritual and soulful from a southwestern, like Tejano, American white, American black, American Indian, Native American, indigenous standpoint. The spirituality of all that converged, but the art in the Southwest put the Southwest on the map. And you saw some of that like in Breaking Bad. I think the film Breaking Bad, it was a movement and it impacted the whole culture, but it also took place in Albuquerque, and some of the aesthetics around Albuquerque, the beauty of those people in that land, it lent itself to that film. And I think that's what they were trying to convey. There'd be a lot of films in Breaking Bad where you didn't know what they were trying to do artistically and focus on. But I think that the creator of that film, they were aware of the beauty of New Mexico and what it has to offer, and they were inclined to try to capture that in that series. And they maybe did more so or less, by and large, or by and less. But I know what they were reaching for by setting it in Albuquerque, both culturally and artistically, like with the landscape. And it's called the Land of Enchantment. New Mexico is both the people and the land, which are the same thing to my taste. But then I don't mean to say that people who are not Native American have the same relationship to the land as a Native American. But I just mean to say that land is beautiful and the people are beautiful and the land supports the people. However long someone's been on American soil. That's where my father won his citizenship. They were scrutinizing him in the citizenship in the region where I'm from in the north. But the Native American people sitting on the citizenship board in New Mexico afforded my father his citizenship in the 90s, and he was touched by that and moved by that. But then that it would be them to rock with him like that and support him like that. And then but Minnesota, what put Minnesota on the map is actually some political. One of the things that makes Minnesota stand out on the map is some of the political controversy and the things that would stand out here. But I think that the deeper level of that is actually the dynamics that play between two cities juxtaposed and the lines of principality that is the zoning, but also those principalities, they play into the gangster history of the Midwest, because you had a lot of gangsterism in Chicago going back. Your famous gangsters, a lot of them were from Chicago. Some of that might be the economics of Chicago. Like you had a famous book that portrayed and was a whistleblower about some dynamics around meat slaughtering in Chicago. So Chicago has had, it's interesting, Chicago has had very significant, but also maybe unfortunate and profound dynamics around labor going back, as that book would portray around like the slaughtering of animals. So there's a deep, some of the significance around Chicago, the people of Chicago, what they have to offer for better and worse. And I don't mean to say worse to judge anything, but the what makes Chicago profound in different social metrics, cultural metrics, metrics of all kinds, is the actual dynamics around economics, that is work opportunity. So as the size of Chicago, but also who and how and when it would draw different people in, and then the way they would exist together, that's deeply some of the economic viability of Chicago. I think that has to do with like slaughtering of animals. That would be the farming of the entire Midwest, like Minnesota, Wisconsin, the cheese of Wisconsin, the cheeseheads, the farms there. But that also extends to Illinois. So I have family. I have a history around farming in Iowa, is what my family is on my mother's side. But they were real farmers, and they succeeded at that. But just their opportunity to farm like that and the viability of farming, it's not very far away from Chicago. Like they got their first furniture at Sears in Chicago, and then they would be like, they go to Rockford, Illinois. They had a lot of reason to go to Chicago economically, both for spending money, but also maybe for earning money as farming goes. So you can't take that, you can't isolate that from the history of Chicago or the gangsterism of Chicago, because wherever you have dynamics and controversy around work, labor, like union type stuff, you have gangster stuff not far away. Like the East Coast would be another example of that. So you had like the Pinkertons and stuff like that, the armed guards, the protest, busters, stuff like that, the atrocities around like that, stuff like Jimmy Hoffa, stuff like that. That's not different than gangsterism, nor issues of unions and work dynamics is part of that. Such as Chicago also in the gangsters that would give us, and then how prohibition would feature into that as a lucrative opportunity, but also affect economics and be deeply a part of gangsterism. The the um the dynamics around work, but also ways of making money in and outside the law, both converge, is like with alcoholism, prohibition, but also like unionizing around like the 30s and stuff like that. Exactly when the gangsterism was at a high pitch, as the European sets and groups go in Chicago. But then that actually filtered to the whole Midwest, up to and including where I'm at, the Twin Cities. And as I said, it was a sister city. I don't mean to be condescending when I say as I said, or like like professing when I say that, um just that I maybe betray that I'm versed in the history from firsthand account of older people I know here, old timers in the school bus system in Minneapolis. They shared some of that history about St. Paul that I actually didn't know, being a St. Paul native consciously, is that in St. Paul during the time of Prohibition, you have like these caves like downtown St. Paul, like it was called Wabasha. It's called the Wabasha Caves to this day. That would be a speakeasy or a place to join party and enjoy alcohol below the ground when alcohol was illegal, and it probably was not unknown to the police, but it was tolerated as a zone where you could be tolerated for almost kind of like a red light district, or like what they maybe emulate like with trapping now, is that you could trap out of a suburbs or the middle of the city, but in the suburbs the neighbor won't take that, because suburban people, entitled people, well-to-do people, successful people, sturdy people, decent people, relatively speaking, arbitrary with decent people that have their life together and they're serious about their life, those kind of communities won't tolerate something like trapping. They know somebody's trapping, they're gonna go to war with them with whatever they can civilly, usually if they haven't been like brought against enough on fear. But in the inner city, it may be tolerated, and there's different codes and dynamics about what police will respond to and support communities members with when they have a concern. So you could say that the police may actually give the viability for trapping, because one is that they don't honor and respect when things go wrong in the inner city, or stand up for inner city members the same way as the suburbs, because they don't have the same checks and they don't have the same hell to pay if they don't answer to the inner city. By and large, going back, not that you can't organize in the inner city and get things done and put pressure on police, but relatively speaking, statistically speaking, broadly speaking, there's more weight in what community members of a well-to-do background come from, because simply they have more money and they don't have some of the same cycles that we have in the inner city. But I'm saying that things will fly in the inner city that won't in the suburbs, such as trapping now. But it might have been like with the prohibition also, where all the police knew, the good guys, the cops, the robbers, they know where you can go experience a certain thing, and not have too much bullshit. Would be like the speakeasy of St. Paul. So, but you would have the gangsters frequent that a lot. And when it get hot for the gangsters in Chicago, they'd exactly come up here to the Twin Cities, which is not too far away from Chicago, relatively speaking, because they had automobiles back then in the 30s. You wouldn't be going as fast down the highway, but you still could be going down the highway in a car to get to the Twin Cities. But when they landed here, I think they would duck off money, but they didn't entirely get too comfortable, because in Minneapolis, the dynamics were different between the police in Minneapolis and St. Paul. So in St. Paul, you could get by with speakeasies. You could duck off as a criminal. You could exist as a criminal with a little bit less of heat in St. Paul. And from that standpoint, you could appreciate St. Paul as a gangster town historically. It wouldn't fly in Minneapolis because they had different dynamics, and they wanted more money, because the criminals extort civilians and business owners. Police extort civilians, business owners, and criminals. So they would be tolerated in St. All, maybe a little bit in Minneapolis, but Minneapolis would tax them harder. The police would, according to some real old timers that I met at work at a school bus company, a base, like a older man that didn't drive a school bus, but he would just be a monitor, something that he could do at an older age, but he was well advanced in age, and he can remember some of this history firsthand, or like from maybe hearing his parents and uncles and other young adults talk about when he was coming of age. So he was familiar with that history and maybe lived some of it. But I just wanted to say that dynamic, it speaks to the history of the Midwest. I just meant to simply say that history of the Midwest, if you appreciate where I'm coming from, the tenor of this conversation, it's broader than the drill scene. But if you combine these dynamics with hip hop music, and so you had hip hop music go all the way from the East Coast to affect the West Coast, not necessarily straight to the West Coast, but hip hop music migrated from New York City to the West Coast. Some of like West Coast tribalism, but also like maybe gangsterism that also filtered to the Midwest. Not that the Midwest didn't also already have gangsters of color and not of color, but the aesthetics around gangsterism were very influential out of California, because you have Hollywood of California, but then you also have real life of California, and both are equally influential. And you can maybe say that Hollywood looks after and follows after the actual the street production of life in California, and realities and stories of life. So what came first, the story on Hollywood screen, or the story of Hollywood? I would say the story of Hollywood, Southern California, would come first, then the screen, then the world, including Chicago. Not that Chicago didn't already have that, but it also had that reinforced by hip hop, West Coast, and hip hop and itself, to make Chicago a unique place for dynamics stemming from work and economics, trapping, that is drug sales related to gangsterism going all the way back in prohibition and stuff like that, but then also as that proliferated in hip hop music. And then as hip hop music was becoming more and more rugged and hardcore, you do something in Chicago, you're going to do it more than anywhere, not as or at least as much as anywhere, including the rougher aspects of hip hop. So you had the drill scene in Chicago, but it's not different than the actual history around gangsterism, or the history around hip hop, or Chicago's own history, or just American history. All that converges there to give you the drill scene, and that really got entrenched. You could say that the other periods of hip hop music were more fleeting, but the drill scene really stuck in, because like you can only take it so far, and then you've taken it as far as it can go, but you're still going with it. So you have a lot of trap like that, or drill music like that. But and then I think the trap music, it was also popular in the last half of the early 2000s, the first decade, and then along with the drill scene parallel to it, and this trap, you still have the trap now. So it may be exactly divergent, bifurcated around like maybe 2010, 2012 into both a trap lane, a drill lane, and a combination lane like that. And it's still like that now. And then as that filters to different genres. But I was just saying that so that's that conversation. But I had more that I wanted to offer about just the clarity of terms. So some terms you can appreciate by the nuance of it, and one would be like there's a term I wanted to appreciate the inflections of it was um what was that um so I was talking a little bit about like darkness and light and like biblical things, and I think that there's so you have I wanted to, so this is a little bit the topic of this series, and what's on my mind now. I had more I wanted to run with it, but what I wanted to say is that you have so you have Lucifer, Beelzebub, Satan, and then you have the Antichrist. I think the Antichrist may actually be more wicked than those if you know what it's about. But what I wanted to say, is that I was starting with wicked and evil. Now, when you think of wicked, when you think of evil, you more so think of potent, like the Dark Lord, evil, like something called Dark Lord, the potence of that, the sex of that, the power of that, the devilishness of that. But in an active sense, is that you're being wicked, you're exerting yourself maybe sexually or violently, which both there's a little bit of there's something called hybristophilia according to Rollo Tomasi, and that's an appreciation and relish in human beings within other human beings as their propensity for violence. So I said that human beings are impressed by and enjoy fighting, fleeing, and fornicating, and are moved by and convinced by implications or hints of fighting, fleeing, and fornicating. That's what really moves us about another person and actually makes us respect another person, but also maybe be attracted to another person, is fight our potential to fight, flee, and fornicate. So people are attracted to that, but also fighting is not necessarily different and can be expressed as fornicating, and fornicating is not necessarily different and can be similar to an attendant of opportunities that are created and sustained by violence or the implication of violence, no less than respect. So life is about sex. I've heard this somewhere that life is about sex and sex is about power, but power is about respect, and respect is about violence. But maybe sex and violence may be almost synonymous, and also fleeing, that is mobility, is also plays a part of both sex and violence. So that might be different expressions and iteration and modes of the same thing: fighting, fleeing, and fornicating. Life and death, fight or flight kind of stuff, and how that looks and goes over and wins a person a reputation or infamy, and how that person, you can say maybe the way a person lands in and experiences a community, a cohort, and their opportunities amounting to life and death. It comes down to like dynamics of fighting, fleeing, and fornicating. But people are impressed. But all I mean is that sex has something of violence in it, and violence can be something of sex. And so but when you're saying evil, you're more so saying it as though winning. So you're winning with evil. You're winning for being evil. But wicked is more when evil is applied to you and you're not. So, that might be sexy, right? So you think of like evil. Ooh, this is evil, dark, sexy, relishing violence, relishing sex, turned on, getting off with that kind of stuff. But wicked is when you're not winning with that. So you think that you all hail the Dark Lord, the Dark Prince, in solemn purpose, the solemn purpose of darkness, the solemn purposes of darkness. Does that sound sexy? But what if your purpose in darkness is to be stripped of all that you have and are and can do, to make another person enjoy all that they are and have and can do, including all that you are and have and can do? There's something dark about that, worshipful about that, a transfer of energy of that, a potence of that. But so what I'm saying is that it might be evil to sacrifice others and ourselves as we're choosing, but it may be wicked to be sacrificed ourselves, those we love, but as we're not choosing, as we're not in the position of choice. When you're enjoying things like they say sadomasochism, so you may enjoy sadism, you may enjoy masochism as you are choosing. But as you are not choosing, you may enjoy a little bit of sadism, a little bit of masochism as you're not choosing. But by and large, as it gets more outside of your choice, it's going to be horrible. So you choose to kill someone, you may enjoy that masochistically. But if you're forced to kill someone, you may not enjoy that even masochistically. It's dark still, but you may not enjoy that. That might be one of the more horrible things to experience, would be to be forced to kill someone. I saw there'd be this film called Tales from the Crypt back in the day, and that I don't mean that as a reference to a gang, but the crypt means like dead, like a crypt keeper, like that has to do with like the entering of bodies in tombs and tombs, like a housing of dead bodies, and is somewhere around the crypt like that. So there'd be this film in the '90s called Tales from the Crypt, and it looks like this partially decayed body that still has some. It's like a balding head that still has some of its hair, partially decaying, but still able to laugh. And then look at the story of this one. Really kind of wicked stuff. They had two of them. They had Tales from the Crypt and Creep Show. I think Tales from the Crypt may have actually been appropriated from the Creep Show, because I remember the Creep Show before that. And some of there's actually something of a history between film and Native American culture in the Southwest. I appreciate that, because in the Southwest now, that's one of the venues of film, as Hollywood has lost some of its sway and sex appeal and convincingness. You have like Austin, Texas, but also Albuquerque, New Mexico. I think Netflix has a hub in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and in Albuquerque, New Mexico feeds a lot of film artistically, but also like in terms of talent, and maybe also a consumer base. So did Netflix and film go to New Mexico because of the talent base or the consumer base? That's an interesting question. But I think that I would reason maybe a combination of both, because New Mexico has talent artistically, film hands down. All the cultures there: Black American, White American, Chicano, Tejano, Mexicano, Native, all different Native American. A lot of people there would have talent, but also appreciation for like popular culture, including film. And they make some of film cool like that. Like I get vibes from the '90s sometimes, like some of Red Hot Chili Pepper songs, like Under the Bridge, like sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I come from, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we climb. I'll never wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me far away. I'll never wanna feel like I did that day. Like that film, that's a lot of the '90s right there, the current of the '90s. But even though that's from LA, you could feel that if you were in Albuquerque. If you would have heard that song in Albuquerque, go on somewhere, like at work somewhere or walking by somewhere, you hear that song, that exactly rocks with what Albuquerque is. The vibes are there, the Albuquerque. So you take something like Hollywood. I'm not saying that song is Hollywood, but you take Hollywood, California, the consumer pop culture machine. Then now the '90s, you do something cool like that in California, but you actually hear it go on in Albuquerque, and it's rock and roll in Albuquerque, because Albuquerque is still rock and roll in my mind. It's really there's something to be appreciated of love, sex, and rock and roll in good old Albuquerque, if you can feel where I'm coming from with that. And I'm not trying to like clout chase or even rep Albuquerque, because I haven't lived there a lot as an adult, but I lived there as a child, and I know that things like, so it's like, so you have this song that you made, right? But if you really want to know what your own song is about, you have to play it in different places. You have to play it in the car. You have to play it outside in the boombox. You have to play it in the studio. You have to play it in Albuquerque if you want to know what it sounds like. So it's the same maybe with film. But I think that the cooler movies that I got to watch as a child, they'd be when I was at my friends, somewhere around my Native American friends. I had a friend that was Native American. And his father was from he was like one of your Slavic countries, but his mother was Native American from the East Coast. I think they were the Oneida people. But she let him watch whatever the hell he wanted of movies, and I only had cool experiences around movies at his house. Like we watched Low Down Dirty Shame, and it had that beautiful woman in there. I'm not sure what her name is. It had one of the Wayans brothers, and they had Jada Pinkett in there. Jada Pinkett was beautiful there, but I would still rock with the other lady that I'm not sure if she was like Amazonian. Like you can tell she was Mexican, Black American, light skin, like Muslim, Persian, Indian. You couldn't tell what she was, but she was beautiful like that. And she listed her number in there, and we were trying to call that number, but I only got to watch that movie and had no business watching it because I was at my friend's house, whose mother was Native American. Then I was at my other friend's house before that as a boy, and they would be watching that show, Tales, the Creep Show, and it had this thing where like this dude was going swimming, but they didn't know there was this like slime in the, they hadn't drained the swamp yet back then in the 90s. So they're at this water hole, and it had a little warning sign that they ignored, and they went swimming like that. And then they had like a little dock in the middle, and so he swam out to the dock, but by the time he was there, this little blob that they ignored, it started migrating towards his friend, and it ate him up like acid, and it meant to eat him like that. This wicked thing that they had been warned about and they ignored. Now he's stuck at the dock. He needs to get back to the shore. He doesn't know how the hell he's gonna do it. And this little swamp thing is waiting on his ass to come back in the water. That actually happened to a friend of mine. Like I was working as a school bus driver, my first school bus in the just after the pandemic, and I had a job delivering lunch is during the break to like different, because it was still like difficult for families to get lunches just coming out of the pandemic in 21. And I was rolling with this old timer vet. He still liked to do outdoor stuff like snowmobile, like him and his son. But he was in the process of losing his vision, and he knew he was going to lose his vision because of this condition. But he was also still enjoying what he had left of his vision in outdoors, like with snowmobiling. And he'd go on the weekend like traveling hundreds of miles on a snowmobile and stopping at bars on the way just for the sake of snowmobiling. But he was telling me about back in the day, like maybe in the 70s, he'd go out hunting with some of his friends, and they get their ass out there in these deer stands, but they forget that their ass is in nature, and wherever you have deers, you have wolves not too far aligned, because they're a supply chain to another. The deers feed the wolves. The wolves check the population of deers, that is the competition of deers, so the deers get to feed and fornicate and not get killed by their friends, their rivals in competition. So they serve one another, the deers and the wolves. But they have forgot that, and they got their ass out there where there'd be a lot of deers at, but they forgot there could be wolves there. So one of their friends was like extended in the deer stand, and he may have shot a deer, he may have not, but he got his ass vulnerable out there. And some deers, some wolves appreciated his presence, and they were waiting on his ass, laying on his ass outside of the deer stand. He couldn't get back, just like that person stuck on a dock. But he was shooting at them. He might have caught one or two of them, but he was running himself out of ammunition. Then this later partner of mine, a friend I mean partners, and we delivered lunch together, and we just we would shoot the shit in the car. He would we didn't shoot at nothing, but we would talk in the car. He was telling me that him and his other friends, they came up to him in the nick of time on their RVs, and they more so scared the wolves by blasting at them, and then they got him up out of there. But he could have got stuck in that deer stand like that. So you either get starved out up there, or it's a standout. You get starved up out there, or you come down here with us, with the wolves. But the wolves might outlast you, because they can let a couple of them wait with you, go get food, come back, or just wait with you. And they're more so sturdy about waiting and going without meals than a human. So he was in a bad position. But in the Creep Show, that dude was stuck on a dock the same way with the wolf slime out there for him. The political slime that was active and patiently pursuing him and stalking him and waiting him out at his position, as these politicians do us. It kind of relented, like it was forgetting about him. He's like, fuck it, I'm going for it. So he starts swimming for his life. That might be one thing. It's one thing to run for your life, but what about swim for your life? Swimming is the hardest thing you can do physically. If you want to enjoy food, work up an appetite swimming somewhere. Better appetite than even running or walking. I don't know how that would do for your sexual appetite. It's interesting because your appetite is still part of your sex drive, and walking and running and stuff like that, it can give you a sex drive. I wonder how swimming would. But so he made it to the shore. He actually made it past the slime to the shore, and he's like, I made it. Yeah, I made it. Fuck you. I made it. Yeah. And then that little slime, it was like he just got a little bit closer and closer to the shore, like that, as he was celebrating his victory of making it back to the shore. And then it just it came out the water, and it covered his ass. It jumped out the water on him, and it covered him in acid slime and brought him back out to the water to finish him off, like he had never made it to the shore. That had been the Wicked Creep Show. But then the Tales from the Crypt, not too long after, it might have been like, that was more like I think that would have had a more intimate venue and connoisseurs that would know that show, such as the people in the Southwest I grew up around. But then that Tales from the Crypt was popular in the 90s, like similar to like some of you had some great comedy shows in the 90s, like you had All That, you had for that was more for kids. But then you had All That for kids was comedy. Then you had Are You Afraid of the Dark was scary for kids on Nickelodeon. But they were both good shows, but like at the appropriate age appropriate. Then for adults you would have like In Living Color, Mad TV, maybe a little bit of Saturday Night Live, but I think Mad TV and A Living Color were more hardcore and funnier than Saturday Night Live, to my opinion, to my taste, even as a child, too young to be watching that stuff. But then you would have Tales from the Crypt would be the scary component of that for adults, the scary balance or iteration of comedy. But then, and it had a little bit of comedy, but more so scary. But in one of these Tales from the Crypt, when they made a person kill another person in a heinous way, that is like, it's really, that's really evil. Like how they the circumstance of that. Sometimes you don't appreciate the evilest thing. It might not actually be like violence or torment in itself, but it's actually the circumstance is what's so evil. Choose between this or that horrible outcome. Do this or that to this one or that one that you're forced to do. That might be similar to joining a gang. That's what might be, a person might overlook that, joining a gang. What if someone made you kill someone? You may have got killed for being in a gang, but what if you first had to kill someone you didn't want to? That would be really depending. I'm not trying to judge that lifestyle because I'm not from that, and I'm not trying to judge what that means to have brothers and be part of something, because that's not my background. But just to have to kill someone or something that you didn't want to, that might be horrible. But that would be more so wicked than evil, because if you're choosing it or making someone do it by choice, that might be evil. But if it's done to you or for you, or you're made to do it to, or it's made to be done to you, that might be wicked. And there's nothing cool or sexy about having that chosen for you or unto you. Both the sadism of that and the masochism of that. You may relish it when you're being evil and you're having choice, which is agency and power. So being evil with power might be, so being evil with power might be evil, but being evil without power, that is without choice, or having evil done to you or for you or by you without choice, that might be wicked. And there's nothing sexy or cool about that. It's nothing like that. So making gestures, favors, sexual play, role play, gestures, innuendo, role play, stuff like that. When you're choosing it, that's sexy. When it's chosen for you, like as in rape, there's nothing sexy about that when it's rape, because you're not having choice. Power, you actually need power to enjoy something. It's enjoyable with power. But I just want to point out the distinction to my taste and the nuance of how I could appreciate evil and wicked, and that's not necessarily definitive, but it's actually ours to appreciate what words mean and how they can function within language, because someone had to choose to use it that way before it became a synonym like that, like a dual meaning, or an antonym, a different meaning that sounds similar, or that means different. But I want to point out that distinction about, you can have evil, but you can have evil with choice, both sadistically and masochistically, and that may be enjoyable when it's chosen. But when it's chosen for you or in spite of you, then it may be like wicked. I'm just to point a distinction of the fact of having choice or not having choice, and something that can be evil. And so when you're choosing, it's actually creative. Both masochism and sadism is creative when you're choosing, because you're empowered and you're creative by nature. So anything that you do that's empowered and is part of your true choice and inclination and interest is creative. Even something evil that can be called evil. But when it gets to be wicked, you have somewhere breached someone's free will somehow, or usurped their choice or their true enjoyment, which is part of their choice. Then now that's wicked and it's flat, and there's nothing cool about that. There's nothing, so that you worship evil, but you don't get nothing for that. Nothing. No, not even in satisfaction or choice. Do you still worship evil from that standpoint? And then would that be evil or wicked? And would that be profound? And would that be worship? That's interesting. But I think that wouldn't be anything cool. So I wanted to point out that distinction with this. And I also want to say that, so that's why I reason that there can be difference potentially in the meaning and mode. It can just be appreciated that what you call the great, right? So you can say that what's great, it has different aspects in different faiths. Like, at least even in the Christian faith, there's the Trinity, because things really do exist like in dynamics, like sometimes balanced dynamics, like a trinity, a triple. An example would be, like, according to Eastern standpoint, would be that you have creation, destruction, and maintenance. Like, it ever evolve. It's like rock, paper, scissors. You don't actually come to a point of the first creation, nor maintenance, nor destruction, because to build something, you have to level it down that is destroyed. So the first step to create may be destroyed. That's why something called evil that's destructive, it could actually potentially be creative and redeeming and enjoyable, because from that standpoint, it's actually part of the process of building something. Also maintaining it and destroying it, but also building is in destroying in evil like that, level like that. That's attributed to Raudra in the Eastern standpoint, an expression of Brahma, a deity that's a part of the purposes of Brahma, that is a creative aspect of Shiva, um, uh, and or different deities. But there's a little bit of an interplay on the expression and mode of a deity. But I can appreciate the most fundamental name for the purposes of divine activity from the Eastern standpoint that I'm referencing, according to Arthur Avalon, with books such as Tantra Volumes 1 and 2, The Serpent Power, referring to Kundalini energy, and a couple other of his works, like The World as Power. It describes these modes of creativity and divine activity, imminent, efficient cause of activity, purposes, and outcomes, effects from a divine standpoint, and an original cause, if that can be even understood or ascertained by a human being, and as in the actual beginning of a series of cause and effect, can a human being fathom that, but or appreciate that, and therefore be active within that, and would a human being not therefore be at the position of original and efficient cause to have that understanding and to act with that knowledge? And what would that mean a human being is? That is, what would a person be from that standpoint? You could say a lot what that would amount to from different walks, but in India, that can still, the different range of that can be appreciated as Brahma and the purposes of Brahma, Maha Brahma, great Brahma, the Brahmin of Brahmins, Brahma. I think when you have the feminine term, when you say with the A like that, that may actually be feminine, Brahma, as opposed to Brahmin. And from India, nothing is actually singular in male. It's actually exactly both male and female and dynamic for being both. But the more potent of which is actually the feminine. That's the active kinetic part. And the skeleton, the supporter, the attendee is actually the male in terms of purpose and effect and outcomes. So that might be actually the masculine might be Brahmin, and the feminine might be, that is active, might be Brahma. And so I just want to point out that I'm just reasoning with that based on my exposure to Arthur Avalon. But I don't know that Brahma is necessarily considered feminine. But I know that Brahmin and maybe also Brahma can be masculine. But you have a dual aspect of both sides of divinity in the East that's respected and a little bit elaborated upon. But you would have Brahma, but also Raudra Brahma in the mode of Raudra that's destructive. I think also Shiva could be interchangeable somehow with Brahma. I don't know the exact distinction between Brahma and Shiva, but I know that Shiva can be appreciated as profound as Brahma. But I only hear Brahma referred to as in the most righteous and sublime of purposes. But Shiva has a little bit of is a little bit transcendent, or of a paradox, and not necessarily all the way out light or bright, but also bright for being true and profound. But so you would have Raudra, destruction, Brahma, creation. So you level the building, then you build it up. That's creation. Then you must maintain it through. You must also maintain the destruction and the creation. But once it's been created, you must maintain it. And then that's Vishnu. That's the mercy, the accommodations, the opportunity for living, and sustenance in living. But at one point, it may come back to destruction, because it's that ever-ending cycle like that. So something is destroyed. Something, your mother loses something of herself. Something of her life is destroyed and depleted and sacrificed for the birth of a child. That child is creative from that sacrifice, but also different contributions of a community, including challenge. The child raises. Vishnu protects the child in the creation and in the maybe parts of the destruction, and preserving the identity, such as to come into life intact through some of the dark phases of creativity. According to Osho, for something to become great and profound, it actually has to start in the dark. So a human being starts in the darkness of the womb. A tree starts in the darkness of the earth. The earth starts in the darkness in the night. So darkness is actually the standpoint of what is light. And there's no light without darkness first. So I wanted to point that out in this line of reasoning. But then, but things do need protection even within darkness. Even were you to enjoy being evil with choice and relish in that and maybe succeed in that and be creative, you still need different protections. Like even if you're being evil and winning with being evil, you still need protection like that. So that might be a strange form of grace and opportunity and bounty, is if you actually get to play at being evil in this life and enjoy that to some extent. Were you not blessed to be able to get to enjoy being evil or being creative? That is by being evil. is not a blessing? Should you not be thankful to Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub from that standpoint if you are blessed to enjoy being evil with choice? Then has anyone watching this video ever not enjoyed the sensation of being at least naughty, if not evil? Have you not enjoyed being evil? When you were able to enjoy being evil, did you not have something good come of that? A child, an opportunity, a job, a skill set, a strength, clout, reputation? Did you not have something or relish, enjoy, satisfaction? Did you not enjoy something of indulging evil, or what could be called evil, or the sensation of just having affinity with evil? Did you not enjoy something like that? Would you not then be honest to give thanks for that? And I'm referencing a little bit of the YouTuber, the Game Spitter, who enunciates to appreciate actually what evil is, how it functions to you, and that you may be grateful of it if you have enjoyed it and it has benefited you. But that's not from a standpoint to be more evil, but just that according to Arthur Avalon, to relinquish something, to get free of something. I think you need to get free of both evil and good to be truly yourself. From that standpoint, the point before enlightenment for everyone that worships God, that studies God, that pays respect to God, that spends time with God, at a certain point, before your greatest point, you may actually get entirely frustrated with God, because it's actually somewhat frustrated. It's frustrating actually to be less than someone or something, and to also be challenged, disciplined, diminished as a part of building. But you must be broken down to be built up. So if this life has blessed you, the what you're calling God and divine, if it has blessed you, it has also taxed you and challenged you and hurt you, to be honest, if you are to be strong. From that point, did you not resent any of that? Did you not get frustrated with any of that, or just did it not somewhat take away your fun to the process of learning? And did you not retain some resentment from that? So actually expressing that resentment, getting it off your chest. When I was a kid, this stupid therapist, my father traveled to Africa when I was very young, and I don't think he was responsible for that necessarily. He first he tried to lug me to Africa when I was a very young boy, not knowing what Africa is. And I ended up across the world, but he didn't have a sturdy place to land there. Then we came back. He went to try it again in Africa. So I was with my mom alone like that. And then also my brother had been born, and there was a little bit of conflict in the family. Not that he was getting attention, but the actual dynamics. So the consequence of a child getting attention, it might not actually just be the attention. It's actually the dynamics that change with the attention. So I was acting out and responding to that, but also some marginalization in the community. Like I think racism and ostracism of other kids that would have to do with either dynamics at home or my ethnic appearance in the Southwest. So I was struggling with that, and I had this stupid therapist that my mother would be so reckless as to bring me around. I can't say that because she was the adult and she made that decision then. I was an adult then, so I can't speak in terms of decisions for what I was not an adult. But he wanted me like beating this thing. He gave me this thing to beat like a chair. So like when you get mad, I just want you to take it out on the chair. But I don't think, according to the man who trained Michael Jordan, he didn't want his players practicing boxing because he didn't want them working up the habit and proclivity to be throwing blows like that. But I think that it might have been similar with that man, is that you don't necessarily need to be teaching a child to beat on objects to be comfortable with violence, because later, a couple of times in school, I actually did fight in school, and I was a little bit not troubled, but I had troubling leadership in school and also peers in school where I felt it was okay to act out physically. It might have been actually from this bogus person that my mom put me around that had me doing that. But according to Arthur Avalon, the actual point before getting closest to God, most reverential for God, most likeness of God as we may achieve as humans, you actually get completely frustrated with God. It's kind of like fever leaving the body. So your actual fever is at the highest pitch before the health comes. The night is darkest before the light. So you actually are the most irreverent and near about blasphemous before you are to achieve enlightenment. And that's actually relinquishing some of the actual residue and residual resentment that you would have for even something that you worship and you think is great and that has benefited you. You may have a little bit of resentment, if you're being honest, animosity, and there's no place for that in what's divine and sacred. So actually, you getting pissed off, get off your chest, let it know how you feel. That's actually part of getting past that. So it can actually be a little bit healthy and divine actually to get frustrated with a higher power, if that sounds believable. But also with that same line of reasoning, to embrace and give thanks for what you may have enjoyed, but also may have not necessarily meant you well, would be to be thankful for the darkness of this life. Because the dark, it had an intention to injure you. A real challenge is an intelligent challenge that is as improvises enough as you and is actively seeking you. That's an active challenge, a real challenge. But what are you without having come through challenge? But you survived it. So within this life, you were afforded mercy and also opposition, and then choice, and a little bit of insight, support, but also a little bit of deception and cunning. It all amounted to an interplay of a give and take, push and pull, life and death competition struggle that you are on the better end of, as you can hear my voice, and are more beautiful with it, and likely stronger and competent for what you've been through. But you made it through it. But in order for you to receive benefit, support, sustaining blessing from what's great, to be balanced, and for that to really be your own, and for you not to be a petulant, spoiled child, brat, at any age or stature, you would actually need real opposition to come through that and have survived that, have your mettle tested, and therefore be viable as a competent adult, however you appreciate your gender, or even maybe some of what you think about stature for human beings. Still to be truly in your method of your mode of agency and choice, that is be a person, or start to come towards being a person and resemble that and function like that. You would need a real intelligence that's out to get you and is as creative as you, near about. The only difference would actually be that you say near about, that you could overcome it, would be those honest gestures, that time that you actually did pull over to give some support to someone that needed alms, despite your situation. It was despite what that would mean to you, but just off the strength like that, to help someone, give someone the shirt off your back, stuff like that. Avoid eating that thing that is not healthy or that's not part of your discipline. Stuff like that. That might actually be the difference that gets you over and past something that would be actively against you, as creative as you, if not more, as brave as you, if not more, as crafty, as unscrupulous, as scrupulous, as proficient, as blessed. I mean, as blessed, as talented as you. For you to come past that and survive that, it actually might come down to the grace and mercies you showed other people, that therefore come back to you and make the difference. Because a lot of things is coming down to the difference. It's not, is something better or not, but what's the difference in it, of what prevails. So the difference between you and what would be against you, if it is active, intelligent, and evil, and truly, the difference would be the mercy that you showed others, which you also showed yourself. So you chose to overcome that by being more human. And so I wanted to say that. Um but also, to be free, to be truly yourself, to be a person, you may need to either you may need to express your frustration with what you think is great, also your thanks, but mostly you might actually be more so frustrated with God than you're actually grateful, if you're honest. If you Most of the time, the thought that comes into your head is, it really, really, really frustration with God, or really, really, really grateful while also being frustrated, but being wise enough, coherent enough to recognize that it's more valuable to be grateful, even as the inclination is to be ungrateful. But what's your real feeling in your heart? Because if you want to come close to what's great, it's going to be about the heart, not your etiquette, not your conduct, not even your sacrifice or your propriety, because that can be reason to be as stinking garments, as different people once told me when I was wanting to become about faith. But if you are going to succeed and actually draw close, draw nigh that which is high, which is great, it would be a matter of your heart. So to be really of your heart, you have to be honest in who you are, how you feel. Part of that is frustration, if not even contempt, for what's great, beautiful, and dare I say divine, and also relish, appreciation, esteem, enjoyment, affinity, admiration for what you think is evil and dark, as choice is still present. Because largely you wouldn't be impressed by someone that's evil and wicked without choice, or that's deprived of choice, by and large, unless they were that's actually interesting. Could you be impressed with someone that's being victimized as something dark, and then being victimized, and still respect them as a dark agent that is potent and viable sexually and socially, maybe physically, for having been allowed themselves to be, but also maybe not allowed themselves to be and still be victimized? Can you rock with that? Is that an appeal to you? But just being honest in how you feel about all that, good, bad, ugly, indifferent, all that. How do you really feel? Get it out there. Now we're past that, because we've been honest. Therefore, we released it, because we were honest for it, because it wasn't actually ours. But so much as we were holding on to it, identified with it, then it's ours. But if you accept it and you respect yourself, then respect it and your relationship and your difference for respecting one the other.
Now it's yours to choose how to proceed like that, and you're not beholden to anything of your past, good or bad, which can each be as densely as detriment or beneficial. Both good and bad can be, but to be beyond both, that is transcendent, enlightened, it may actually require both the embrace and the relinquishing of both, which also requires the embrace and the relinquishing of both. Is my standpoint for making this video about paying homage to Satan. But I still don't think that what's presented as the Antichrist is beautiful. Although in this reality, nothing is wasted. So there may be a purpose even in something called the Antichrist. But to me, that doesn't seem cool to me. That is to frustrate love, to interfere with love. But how may you have a Christ, a love figure, a transcendent hero, if you don't also have an antithesis, anti-hero to test the mettle of that proponent hero figure and their votives, if they are to draw mercies or blessings and bounty from their association and prostration and faith and reverence for someone that's called a Messiah? Would they not also need to be tested by something, an intelligent, efficient, active cause that is relentless and unflinching and unforgiving, to the point that what the difference will be, the distinction will be, is what the difference in distinction is. So is it good? Is it truth? Is it light? Is it love? Is it mercy? Is it freedom? To others, do you mean others that? Yourself, but also others who are yourself and also others? Do you mean them that? If you do, then you may overcome any challenge, even something up to and including Antichrist, which the purposes of the devil, Beelzebub, and Satan are not always outright clear, but the purpose of the Antichrist is clear. That is to frustrate the purpose of Christ, which is to further the purpose of himself and the Father and the Holy Spirit. But that collective purpose, the purpose of the Trinity, it isn't entirely communicated. I don't think anyone completely knows the purposes and objectives of God. We can appreciate that it's beautiful, it's divine, and it would have to mean something because life is this nuanced, sophisticated, but also effective and viable. But you actually don't know anything of the purpose of these figures, dark or light, but you know the purpose of the mediator. And that's actually what the Bible says, is that you may not approach what's great directly. You must go through a mediator. So you may go through a mediator to reach God, that's Christ, spiritually speaking, in metaphor or allegory or literally. And you may actually need to go through the negative counterpart to experience and enjoy what's evil, and also the creativity in life that comes from what's evil, but also the loss and death that comes from evil, the creativity in life that comes from good, but also the loss and death that comes from good. It may be mitigated upon the Antichrist going towards the darkness, if life is exactly balanced and simple. Because if you have God, Jesus, and the devil, that's not exactly balanced, because that's a 2-on-1 fight. That's God and Jesus against the devil. That's 2-on-1. So it's not a fair fight. So can you have a real victory if it's not a fair fight? You have God and Jesus versus the devil and the Antichrist. Now you have a fair fight in your hands. You have you have a real fight on your hands. You have a real outcome on your hands. You may choose now. You may be a person now, but you may also suffer and enjoy based on your choice as a person, which is a person's due in this life. What is due to anyone? To have the opportunity to be and sense themselves as a person, and share and potentially be sensed as a person by others, as is ethical and as is opportune, timely. But then also, I forgot, I lost that line of thought because something drove by. But you have, and then you have the opportunity to be less than noble, but also learn from that and experience what comes with that, enjoyable and not enjoyable, good and bad, life and death, what comes with that. But I still don't choose the purposes of frustrating life and beauty. But it wouldn't be a real story if you didn't have real active competition. You wouldn't have a real active, viable victory. And they do say that what's divine it appreciates glory, and that's a property and a value unto itself, is glory, and also the congruence, the auditing of glory amounts to the experiencing of value and glory also. But so the thing I want to say, but also, I'll land this one here, which is that what is so I'm going to land this one here. Maybe this will be poignant. I hope this is poignant. So, what is? Oh, but I didn't entirely complete. So, you have creation, destruction, and maintenance. Raudra, Vishnu. No, Raudra, destruction, maintenance, Vishnu, and creativity, Brahma. Those are three modes of what can be called divine. That's also Brahma. That may be feminine with the feminine terminal, the vowel termination of that word Brahma.
juxtaposed but not independent necessarily or different than Brahmin with a male terminal letter. That may the Brahmin. I don't know if in Indian society if that refers to a male like preceptor of religious faith, like a clergy. If that's what a Brahmin is, the class of Brahmin. I don't know if Brahmin refers to a man that is holy, or holiness that can also be a man. I don't know if that a holy figure that can also be a man. I don't know if that what that Brahmin refers to, but I think Brahma would be more so spiritual. But then all that can also sometimes that can be described as Shiva. Any of those, except for I don't know. I've not heard Vishnu and Shiva conflated, but I've heard Brahma and Raudra conflated with Shiva to a layman appreciation of some Indian text that I've come across. I think it's called Sastra. Like the Indian text is called a Sastra, like not a book but a Sastra. So I've read some Sastras or content that's appropriated and translated from Sastra by Arthur Avalon. Tantra Sastras, different ones, almost as broad and diverse as the books of the Bible, if not more, but also from deep, steep learning in tradition and culture and practices and recipes and exercises as those Tantra Sastras go. But then that can also all be described as Chidgana. It could also, Kali is significant within that. Maha Kali, Great Kali, the feminine deity that is not a respecter of persons, although is actually the Lord of Kali is actually a simple man, a man of propriety. A man of propriety is actually what is beautiful and appealing to Kali, the Lord of Darkness. The true Lord of Darkness may be Kali, because anything is more potent as a feminine expression, more viable from the Indian standpoint. So Kali, I don't know the male counterpart of Kali other than a man of propriety. There may be nothing more nothing more of lordship than a simple, decent man that is circumspect and chaste. Actually, a chaste man in conduct, demeanor, bearing, and choice. Also, sexual activity may be the actual most that actually may be the counterpart of Kali, the Lord of Darkness. So, from a feminine standpoint, and that's who she worships and reveres. So, when Kali partakes of lovemaking, she offers a severed head of her courters, her suitors, which are to her taste less than noble men that are not on parity with her lord. You may approach her, entice her, accost her, engage her, solicit her, but you'll end up forfeiting your head if you're not her greatest suitor, and your head will be proposed and offered to her greatest suitor, which is also her lord, to be relished and enjoyed the glory of that, but also the mockery of her other lovers, because we're a tournament mating species in essence, but also in spirit, likely because our essence comes from our spirit. So part of the act of lovemaking is also the tendering and the offering of a dowry. That you would appreciate dowry as the economic standpoint that's gifted by a father to her male to the groom. So a groom is afforded a dowry. A dowry is property, finance, money that amounts to advantage in a economic zero-sum contest, which a lot of life in civilization has been the world over for many iterations. So that this father afforded a dowry that may amount to chances at life and death, to sustain our existence economically based on our financial and or property holding. So you could say that just as from that standpoint, as life is competitive and other people may lose their footing first, their livelihood, their profession, their self-esteem, their family, their loved ones, their self, their health, their head can be indirectly afforded to who would still be around to enjoy a vicinity or something that was fought over by the advantage given by a financial dowry or a property dowry. However, socially, spiritually, emotionally, a woman may actually give the actual extent of that dowry spiritually to her lover in the form of the heads of her other suitors to be enjoyed. So these other competitions were the competition of the chaste, decent, circumspect man, but he won the heart of the woman. Then he received the dowry of her father. Then he had the standing of property, the opportunities of property that amount to privilege of finance and access to finance, employment, livelihood, whatnot. That is the means of production, the means of employment,
the means of self-employment, that would amount to outliving a suitor. So that suitor just fell. There's no one here. You may do what you want and not spiritually or physically way back in the day, but that amounts to now that person's head has landed, is now decoration for the relishing and revelry and lovemaking and tryst and orgy and indulging of sexual activity that is creative activity, no less than love making, love acts, love gestures, love role play, and also even mockery, up to including mockery, the highest form of violence. So love making is the highest form of sex. Mockery is the highest form of violence. Sex is a form of violence. Violence is attendant and plays into sex. So would it not make sense that in the greatest lovemaking, it also be attended by the greatest violence or symbology of violence, that is the mockery of failed suitors in a zero-sum contest in a tournament mating species, personally as our heritage being at once animals, but and still being animals, primates, and being tournament mating species, but it's also spiritually also the same, because as below, above as below, as spirit as flesh. I think so. Some people could argue that last statement that might not be appropriate for a content like this, because some people would draw a distinction between spirit and flesh, and that flesh is fundamentally corrupt, but spirit is not necessarily corrupt. But some things that are almost nearby spiritual can be very corrupting and evil, such as some of the dynamics around love making, like is in a cakewalk, and some people, the odd man out, everyone plays the fool, stuff like that. But all I meant to say is that if it were to the darkest of dark, even what could be appreciated as potentially darker than the words Beelzebub, or maybe you could say if it's the Lord of darkness and is therefore male, then actually Beelzebub, Satan, and Lucifer may be referring to also the Lord of darkness, which could be a simple, circumspect man that's not necessarily egregious or heinous or even unethical. Just simply a circumspect man of decency, propriety of conduct, congruence, simple, but great for being simple like that. Greater, that is, than what's wicked, beyond what's wicked for not being wicked, but also retaining choice to enjoy, such as enjoying lovemaking, revelry that includes maybe a mockery of other people. That's a form of violence, and also disenfranchisement economically of other people that amounts to a loss of their ability to maintain their standpoint to live for them and their others' family, which is also death and could be a mockery, and also enjoyable in the relish of lovemaking, if we're being honest spiritually. So there can be something of what would be, I'm not sure if you call that at this point wicked or evil, because you have such a combination of choice and lack of choice within that, but it amounts to the difference between anyone is actually maybe their standards and their conduct and their decency and ethics. And as life is counterintuitive, actually the standpoint of being more upright, more righteous, it may make for enjoying what can be considered dark, that is creative, not necessarily wicked or evil, but dark, that is creative. Also wicked, also dark, but not necessarily wicked and dark, creative. Kali, feminine, the darkness, the Lord of darkness. Darkness may be feminine, but one that would be a Lord of darkness, that would be for one to be a Lord of darkness, they would have to be appropriate, proper, the most formidable man in any endeavor, whether lovemaking, romantically, personally, professionally, militarily, artistically. The most efficient and formidable male is a proper male, that conforms to decency and ethics, and but more so efficiency. The most efficient person. Another word for efficiency, it would be proper. Like a proper. So you gave someone a proper right hook. You gave them an efficient right hook. So the most formidable person, whether darkness or light, and they transcend exactly. Darkness and light exactly converge in what's darkness. So in darkness is the default of this existence, that is creativity is the default, but also it's beyond our concept of ethics of right, wrong, good, bad, up, down, hard, soft. It's just darkness is a resolution of all things, even our notions of good and evil. And it can include all things, including our notions of good and evil, and the standpoint and evidence of what's called good and evil. So there's no limitation to darkness, neither good, neither evil, and nor lack of good nor evil in darkness. But to the most salient, the most formidable standpoint within that of agency of choice is afforded by circumspection and decency and ethics, because as I said in another video, and I don't mean to be condescending by saying as I said, as to profess, is that according to Arthur Adler, we all have a degree of scope of agency and obligation. The more so we manage that well, efficiently, but also humanely and ethically, which is part of efficiently and ethically,
the more scope of agency we have, but also the more duty we have. Because as you have more freedom, you have more duty. It doesn't stop being duty, but you have more of the freedom and more of the duty, and the more the ability to manage both. That seldom amounts to blessings in the form of maybe sexual relish or nutritional support, different advantages, opportunities, experiences that are worthwhile and commendable, and also give meaning, because we're compensated with meaning in this life. You may not have resources, but you will likely have meaning for your life. For better or worse, suffering or joy, you may be afforded meaning. And that may be also the greatest value, and meaning may be synonymous with value. I said that in another video. But the Lord would be actually maybe more so proper, if anything, not good or bad for its own sake, but because that can be arbitrary and confounding notions of good and bad, and one can lead to the other. But proper would be the greatest standpoint, and so I think that just to appreciate, I think, terms is that I think I had some other ideas, but I got this neighbor slamming doors. They just start slamming doors, and it's like distracting. But so you have Lucifer, Beelzebub, and the angel of light. But these different names, they can be they have nuances and modes, and they can be used appropriated differently, appreciated differently. So the greater, broader name that I know that can any name and dynamic cause. So when you're saying the name of something, you're actually saying what the cause of something is. So you can say your cause. The name is the most fundamental cause. Your name somewhat associates with the cause of you, because your name was known before the foundation of this earth. Your purpose was known before the name of this earth. What came first, the knowledge of your name or your purpose? And is there any difference? I'm not saying there is, but that might be the most fundamental thing of you, your cause, but also the name that you would be destined. And that's one time when I would use destined in the affirmative and nothing arbitrary. The name that you would be able to be named by the opportunities and the challenges of this life that are imminent in that play, but not necessarily decided, that you are having the opportunity to exist. Your cause is somewhat viable, and it can be appreciated that would be viable or could be viable as the foundations of the earth were laid before that. And also that you would be called by a name, and that name would affect your sense of yourself, and therefore all that you do, be, and are, and experience. So there's nothing arbitrary about your name, howsoever you came by your name, but that you got your name is profound, and it would have to have been viable and tolerated and possible through the different dynamics of this existence. That is the true choices of this existence. The true essence of this existence is making a way for you and a purpose for you, specifically, but not limited to you. And so, but your name might be the deepest part of that. But the name that I know that can describe any other, there may be no name or phenomenon or activity that you cannot describe with this. With respect, for the only exception I'd make to that is I know there's other faiths that they feel strongly about different names, but I do pay homage to the name of Allah. And I don't mean to be trifling by mixing that name with this content, but I think some of these names, the devil, Lucifer, and or Satan, I think those terms may appear in the Quran. And the Quran is for the purpose of education and essentially appreciation and enjoyment of health and happiness, I would imagine, just from a superficial standpoint. So for the purposes of education, edification, which I'll use in preference to education, because edification may amount to erudition, and that is original thought and contribution and challenge. But education may not necessarily, and maybe a form of animal husbandry, according to Tashri Bey. But the name that can, with the exception of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, which I don't want to associate those names, because those names have helped me and served me. The name of Allah has, in the greater difficulty to utter out loud, seldom, but in my heart, Allah has helped me, and I think that I've been blessed. I don't know how exactly, but the sacrifice in the story, the solidarity of a prophet that would choose to serve God and struggle for that and continue to choose to serve God. That example, we've all been blessed with the example of the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, whether directly or indirectly in this life. I think a lot of us have been blessed by that. What that means in terms of prophecy and in the etiquette of faith, because you can't fathom certain things until you've seen them and know what they are. So I would say we've been blessed by that. But with respect, with those names excluded, as those names is a shirk
to associate anything with those names, however you intend. I would say most phenomena and most names can be experienced by the name Chidgana in India, with Chid meaning consciousness and consciousness meaning great, both minute, subtle, small, normal, extra normal, mundane, extra mundane, super normal, super mundane, and to super I was going to say supercalifragilistic, to super mundane and transcendent and beyond. I lost that train of thought. All that can all that can um be described as Chidgana, for better words. That is consciousness, greatness, and consciousness, greatness, but more so specifically consciousness. All is consciousness. But maybe you could say that not all things are entirely conscious. But all things are attended by conscious. Um, but So you can describe most things just by Chitgana, that word. So that's one of the solemn words that I know. But then there's the inflections with all those words, and I've referenced a lot of them in this video. But then also you have words like Lucifer, angel of light, and Beelzebub and Satan. And the purposes of those are not exactly clear. However, some of the attributes are, and you actually something need to know some of the attribute of something to know the purpose of something to know the attribute. But one of the attributes of and I wanted to make this more so cool when I finished this video here with the idea that made me start this, is that so if you can so the author, and I don't mean to be flippant with this, right? So you've seen different people appear, or it's been foreshadowed that people would appear and they would refer to themselves as Jesus Christ, and that would be off-putting to many and a red flag, and most people would duck and run for cover and run for their life. And that'd also be somewhat heinous and egregious, because you'd be mocking a tradition that came before you by your self-importance, and also associating with what you appreciate as great by your assuming familiarity with what's great, no less than the person called Jesus Christ. That necessarily wouldn't be different than what the person Jesus Christ is attributed of doing, because he inserted himself to the Holy Bible, the Word of God, which had simply been a promise to Abraham and his descendants to enjoy life and prosper upon the earth, without the other inhabitants of the earth, of any other human family or animal family or insect or fish, had been the promise between the Lord of Israel and Israel, that is the God of Israel, the person of Israel and Israel. And I'm saying person as the efficient and sublime and original actor in activity, the chooser in life, to choose, to truly to simply choose for oneself, one's own experience, in undertaking one experience so as to enjoy and suffer based on that choice, is a person. And there's necessarily nothing greater or less than that of any stature, size, capacity, skill, potence. There's nothing necessarily greater than to choose for ourselves. When you say ourselves, that might be a little bit arbitrary and get back into the weeds, but to choose and to accept the outcome of choice pleasantly but earnestly, is a person. And there's nothing necessarily greater than what I just described there. The greatest of that person is attributed to the word, which is also called the Holy Bible, but also called the Word, their word, as making a promise to Abraham and his descendants. And that's what is borrowed from in divine agency and power the world over, as it refers to Scripture, in the world renowned face of Islam, Judaism, and Judeo-Christianity, according to my take. One time I had a person who was very problematic in my life, troubling in my life, a little bit undue of influence, because they had been older of stature and maturity physically before we had become adults, but also when they had become adult and I was not an adult yet, such as to berate me, belittle me, humiliate me, mock me in front of my friends, family, and peers, consistently as a theme, and also inviting themselves into parts of my life, or then attending parts of my life once I had been made somewhat codependent by their overbearing influence on me. When I was becoming interested in religion and they were continuing to be problematic. And I was attempting to stand up for myself based on the word. He said, "Oh, wait, but you're talking scripture, and don't ever get to a point where you talk to scripture and you talk about God and people don't take you serious about that." And also joking like, "Yeah, I think when he's not around, his pajamas are actually religious robes." Say something like that, but then also remind me that yes, but now you're speaking in terms of scripture, so this is serious now, and you are not to mince with anything that you say in front of me, even though we had been knuckleheads together. You're now talking about scripture, so you're now serious. So what he's saying is, you're now talking about the promises between the greatest of persons, as they would appreciate from subscribing to the word. That person said that to me, and Israel, their inheritor. So mind yourself. And also, what they may wanted to say and not been actually versed enough to say is that you may not necessarily be part of that line that you're borrowing from. You may not be a descendant of Abraham. You may not be entitled to the promises that were made to him. If you are entitled to the promises of Abraham, it would be to support the purpose of the word, which is the promise to Abraham. So you wouldn't necessarily be entitled and could be disenfranchised and disabused of any entitlement or privilege that you would have based on what you draw of blessing from what you're calling the word, or what the word refers to, who the word refers to. And also the boycott structure of the earth that's been overlaid and largely set in place and guaranteed and assured based on also that same word, whether you appreciate that as beneficial or not. So mind yourself of that before you look crazy in front of me, and then go to repeat yourself in public and look crazy in front of other people. That's what that person communicated to me like that, if they had been versed to say that. But I was still just doing the best I could to stand up for myself and be ethical and humane and do the best I can based on the resources I had in my community, which were the Black church and the Black church subscription and reliance on the Holy Bible, the text of the Bible known as the Word. But all I meant to say is that according to Arthur Avalon, is that if a person can describe something, if a person were to enunciate what enlightenment is, if a person were to enunciate what cause and effect is, this is going to somewhat affect the tenor of this video, because this is a confounding word if a person's not from a background. And also, as it's being appropriated, there are inflections and shades that make it confounding, and also morally and ethically ambiguous, and also punitive and attendant and substantiating of suffering and indifference to different degrees. That's the word karma. But according to Arthur Avalon, as he's appropriating and referencing and translating thoughts of India, he said that if one could enunciate what cause and effect is convincingly and succinctly, that would constitute enlightenment right there. Not necessarily sublime postures or demeanor or bearing or skills or endowment. Just to enunciate succinctly cause and effect is the experience and the confirmation and the application of enlightenment in and of itself. I've said different things referencing what I think may be divine, great, what that may amount to, how it may function, how it may be appreciated, but nothing of what I'm referring to is limited by that, nor is my understanding limited, because I'm free to choose to fail, to improve. So it stands to reason that I will likely have a different appreciation of all the comments I'm making in this 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, 5 years from now, 10 from years from now, 5 expanses of the human lifetime, if anything of me would exist at that point and have choice and awareness. But also, to balance things, I wanted to explain what I may appreciate as darkness, that is Beelzebub, Satan, Lucifer, and some of the attributes that are attributed to it. One of them is called, so I think Lucifer has been called the angel of light. I don't know if it's, another name for there is Baphomet. I don't know how Baphomet contrasts Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, and or the Antichrist. I don't know how Baphomet it would fit into that, but it's as solemn as those names, and as consequential and also influential in terms of the current of idea and experience, human, and maybe up beyond that or below that can be appreciated by reference to those words. But in the interest of truth, I know that some of that at one point, another moniker is the Lord of the Flies. Lord of Flies. I've made references in this series about how traumatic and troubling school environments can be, somewhat humorously, but also earnestly. I've talked about the detriment of peer pressure, more so social pressure, including up to and beyond and less than in the same ways, but not limited to, and still sometimes greater than peer pressure is social pressure. And young people experience social pressure up, down, and across. So from people younger than them, less maybe, but still significantly, people their same age, their peers, and people then older than them. And any combination of that, young people experience that, such as sometimes these school settings can be a little bit of dog eat dog, jailers running the prison. That is, anything goes, all's fair in love and influence. And so school is about love and influence can be as worse as or a part of war. And so young people experience that. But there's also a book called Lord of the, and I'd also talked about how young people are incentivized and almost authorized. You even have things like coronation. So homeschool coronation. So you coordinated a king. They'll actually go so far as to coordinate a king in front of other students like that in schools, and no one bats an eye at that. That's a little bit almost about idolatrous and mockery, but also it shows you that actually students are being dispatched, because the students that I know that would either be coronated the king of the class or even be in the running for it, the heat of that, the contest of that, they actually had social favors and esteem and almost near about dignity and royalty among the young people. That's a popularity contest, but it's sanctioned by the actual school structure that is charged with the actual welfare and the custody, the guardianship of these actual students, student vessels, student citizens, minor citizens that are beyond the scope of their family, the protection of their family, but also the influence and the sway of their family as you're in a school setting. Physically, they're removed from their home to go into the school and to have custody exerted over them in the school. And that custody is more so significant than their parents' actual custody, because were they to be truant, they could be deprived of, their parents could be deprived of their child, and the child could be deprived of their parents if there were a problem with truancy or school attendance. So the school is that's more consequential authority than even your parents. And in this school, they're conferring crowns to other students. That's actually even more. So I made a reference in another video that when I once had a situation on my bus that was very nuanced and challenging for me as a professional, but also for the school system. Part of that solution for them was to deputize, to dispatch, to authorize another student, a more savvy, successful, not savvy, but a more successful and well-liked and well-esteemed student among the other students, but also appreciably among the faculty as they were recruited and designated by that person, to actually exert observation, but also influence, because they could have just asked that student to be aware and let them know that what they would perceive on the bus, even though the bus had cameras. But they actually wanted me to know that they were dispatching that student as an observer, but also as a next line of authority and contact, and actually discreet, almost about agency. It wasn't clear if they're saying now that you now answer to the student. This is your boss. I wanted to know this is my eyes and ears that I have on your bus. I don't know if they were implying or intending that now actually you defer to this student now. That's the way it kind of seemed like. This student is very important now, and I just want you to remind yourself that the student's on your bus, and that I'm authorizing this student to watch the bus and you in the bus and the students. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on my handling of that situation, but they wanted me to know that that student was having eyes on the bus and that that's important to them. So you could say that was that student made a lieutenant of mine or a superior of mine just by that influence and what you're putting over with that. That's an example of the sophistication of the scope of influence in a school, but also that amounts to actual power. So influence and power is synonymous, but that's actually a student being deputized that is not exactly coronated. Like in high school, they're actually coronated like a king, and they actually exist like a king in school, out of school parties, but actually after school, at reunions, stuff like that. They still have some of that sway and that respect and awe. But then also, and I've known these people that they're still people, and they're not exactly entirely sublime and righteous in all things, as no king is likely, no person. At least no king that we have seen before with our eyes, unless like in spiritual terms or like ecstasy or like revelation or rapture has flaws. Humans do, but these kings are coordinated. But that what's the word? Commissioned. So that student was nearby. I'm not sure if you would say that they were deputized. So if they're on my bus and you're you've just made them near about an officer on my bus. Now that student, they're not being compensated, so we can't gauge that in terms of their compensation directly as like a monetary gain. But they are all they've done is go to school. They haven't so like in the military, a service member has usually some hard skills and soft skills, but they have some training around hard skills. But an officer may not have any hard skills, so they've been given an office for going to school. So that actually puts them above an enlisted officer. So I was wondering, was that person deputized or were they commissioned as an officer on my bus? If they were deputized, they would have like a skill set they would have done a hard training, hard and soft training, hard skill and soft skill, but also they would have service under their belt, experience, and they'd also have obligation they'd have authority, but they'd also have obligation and responsibility. But then for that student, they were near about made an officer on my bus, like near parity with myself, and that I would need to be aware that that student is exerting authority on the bus. But I'm also on the bus, so is that student exerting authority over me, and that you esteem them like that in front of my face, in front of their face, in your face, in all of our face, the three of us, where you have a witness or two or three, you have an accord now, and that's significant. But that student they didn't have experience, working experience. They didn't have hard skills to go with that. So they had schooling, soft skills, lack of experience, and authority, but lack of responsibility. So that would make them entitled, but also more so like a commissioned officer that's been to ROTC and has nothing of hard skills or experience or the same actual rigors and responsibility as an enlisted officer. So that was a commissioning of an officer, a student. But then in high school, you have an actual coronation like that, like a homecoming coronation, king or queen. So I just want to say that's very significant that you're giving students that kind of pull around other students and even faculty to do something like that in a school system. That happened to me when I was driving a bus, but also when I was a student among some of these other royalty then and now in school, but also in the community, and the outcomes of that schooling and the respect and standing that they had in schooling would amount to for them. So I'd imagine that some of our officers of these schools, the student officers, so you could say, so that is another thing they call it sometimes, like, so student government, student office. Does that not a little bit conspicuous? Student office. Office is officer. That's on parity. That's actually above staff. Office is above staff. An officer is above an enlisted staff somewhere. A designated employee, payrollee, is an officer. So these students are having office, commission, and or coronation. That's crazy if you think about it. And they're still children and still minors, and they're still arbitrary, and they're closer to the other students, and they can actually exert. Because I remember some of these students that had pull, like when I was at school, like in like sports. We had this thing where you had open gym, and you had to come to the gym like before the school would open if you wanted to enjoy playing against the other students for a while in the morning. If you're a real hooper, you would want to be there even in the morning, way before the other. That's a good reason to get people to school, give them open gym. That's actually better than extracurricular activity. It's a pre-curricular activity, open gym like that. But there's sometimes when I went bad with some of these students that were having rank like that, both socially but also formally with the school, and any combination of that, as sophisticated as it need to be unchecked power among students, where your livelihood, but also your self-esteem, and your physical welfare is beholden to the school system, as you were obliged to be there. The school is compensated for your presence there, although you are not compensated other than your half-assed, half-baked education that's very competitive and also arbitrary as is rendered to you and as is redeemable. You're compensated like that, ostensibly with maybe a diploma that you can make your own decisions from having that horrible experience. Also, your new experience is shaded by that, and then maybe have a life. So you got that piece of paper that gives you the opportunity to now get it right after they messed it up for you. But then you actually have officers, you have commissioned officers, elected officers, and elected and commissioned royalty in schools like that. At least from middle school to high school, but I'm referencing elementary experience. That student was ladder elementary, that was ranked up like that on my school bus, when two other students were becoming violent and weren't responding to my authority, having just began that route later in the year because I needed more hours and got a different route. That's very, very, very significant. And that situation, that wasn't no smooth situation, but that's what it came to, is that give a young person authority, and see how that doesn't go. So I left that post at that time because I didn't think I could work with that situation. It wasn't that. You could say, I don't know if I wasn't versed enough to handle it, skilled enough to handle it, or that it was a corrupted situation based on the dynamics of schools in general that would make students want to fight inside of schools, but also the designating of authorizing of students to have authority up to and competing with and conflicting and attending the authority of adult professionals and staff. I was a professional at that point because I had a professional license, but I imagine that staff members may experience that are not professionals, that they actually are in parity or have to check in with or consider and factor the decisions of other students. I'm not saying that might not be entirely bad, because if you're going to be a leader, you have to begin somewhere. But it's just stark that students can have that kind of authority. And sometimes at these open gyms, when I went bad with the anointed students, they will make it bad because they had the actual pull of the other students and they had influence and say so. So they'll make it so you can't show up at school for open gym. And if you do, we're going to pick everyone for a team, but we're not going to pick you, even though you're a little bit stronger ostensibly than other students there because you made the basketball team and some of them didn't. But we're not going to pick you. We're gonna boycott you right here. So this is a boycott structure. This entire society, the world over. So what happened when Rome conquered the world? Rome boycotted the world, or people are able to boycott one another based on the values and the structure provided by Rome and the outcomes of Roman civilization, up to including in attending but not ceasing to be feudalism. But all I meant to say is that if you could enunciate what but that's like Lord of the Flies, like that, when the students are like getting over on each other, cannibalizing each other's stature and self-esteem, benefiting from cannibalizing each other's stature and self-esteem, bolstering or diminishing each other's stature and self-esteem arbitrarily, capriciously, as children can be appreciated to and anticipated to do. Very similar to the book Lord of the Flies, like that. But so does that mean that the wicked one is the authorization of the conflict between children, as in the book Lord of the Flies, and then how that is also attributed to what's profound in this life as evil, as Lord of the Flies? Is that what that means? I don't think that necessarily means, but also the Lucifer and or Satan has been appreciated as the angel of music or the minister of music. So if you could just enunciate some of these dynamics of what is light, dark, but also what is referred to with words like Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Baphomet, and I a little bit referenced the Antichrist, which is more so formidable in my mind than those other ones, because those other ones still seem more so like amenable to a person's choice, but the Antichrist more so feels antagonistic and arbitrarily it feels like when you're discussing Satan, Baphomet, Beelzebub, and Lucifer, it's very serious with the potential to be evil, but there's still something of reason and like cause and effect, justice. You got this horrible or great outcome, but you also chose it, and so you can accept it because you chose it. But the Antichrist, it more so feels like frustrating or upsetting happiness and health for its own sake that cannot be won overable. So entrenched, inveterate, antagonism, chauvinism, elitism, entitlement is what smacks of the Antichrist. And then so that's actually a real authentic challenge right there, that you have someone that you cannot win with love. How may you approach something that is as formidable as you, creative as you, but you cannot win with love? That's actually a deep question, because like the answer may not actually be love. All we need is love. All we need is love. How many songs have you heard about love, but how wicked is the world still? Love may not be the answer. Maybe with this video paying homage to Satan, maybe I'll be one to say that love may not be the answer. That doesn't mean that the antithesis of love is the answer, or love is not part of the answer, but love may not be the answer. It may be something different. It may be choice, actually. To love oneself may be the answer, but to love anything is actually choice. There's something of choice in loving. We love others because of their choices, but we also choose to love them. Because people do something to mess you. You met the prettiest person in the world, the smoothest person in the world, they may mess up around you a little bit, but you rock with them a little bit, you help them a little bit, you forgive that a little bit. So you actually need to forgive someone to love them, because they will frustrate you, whether they're not as cool as you thought they were, as kind as you thought they were, as mean as you thought they were, as wicked as you thought they were. There was something you don't appreciate about someone at some point, likely. And if you continue with them, you forgave them in that moment. But you have to make a choice a little bit like that. And you gotta want to love someone to love them. Not only do you love them just as a matter of fact, but you have to want to love them despite yourself, despite some of your misgivings about them and doubt about them and frustration with them, or jealousy of them, or attachment to them. All that can interfere with your experience with someone to make it less than enjoyable. But you continue to go with them, so you chose to love them. But you don't choose to love all people, and maybe not always yourself. But so to love is still a choice. But it's important to love yourself and also choose to love yourself. And that's the way to love others, but also choose to love them. But it starts with a choice. So the first choice and the last choice, it might be to love yourself. Because they say, born alone, die alone. According to Nas, I'm born alone, die alone. They said I peed on the doctor. So I was born alone, I peed on the doctor. I don't know what it'll be like when I check out, but at least I peed on the doctor when I was born. So it's born alone, pee on the doctor, and then what comes after that. But maybe the first choice, the first step in life, even before we place our foot, it might be to love ourselves. Okay, I love myself. That might be the first thing we did. We're getting up out of here. You might think about your mom. According to Arthur Avalon, the last thing that you think about is that a lot of men say, according to Arthur Avalon, the first word of a lot of men is mother, and the last word of a lot of men is mother. But when you actually get in the position of losing your life, it may have actually been some of the shortcomings of your mother, the failures of your mother, or the coddling of your mother. But your mother may have, your death is imminent in your life, and your life is imminent in your death. The causes of your death are imminent in your life. The causes of your death are imminent in your life are imminent in your death. Your mother is imminent in your life a lot. So actually, the causes of your life and death, your mother is imminent in that both. So some of the exact things people do to help you, hurt you, or the things that they do to help you get past other people, they help other people get past you too, directly or indirectly. So the last thing you might say might be mother, but the last thing you might think would be like, damn, she's part of the problem too, but I still love her, so you chose like that. But it might be, damn, so mother, but dang, she did fail me somewhat, and I failed myself also somewhat, but I still love her, and I still myself, and beyond that. But that might be the choice like that, and the greatest thing. But so if you could explain something, you would be like it. So I can explain that Lucifer may be the Lord of the Flies, but what would that mean if you're the Lord of the Flies? One is that you understand flies, but also you can influence them, because that's lordship, is influence. So these students that are dispatched, they're actually made lords. Any entitlement, nobility, any nobility, title of nobility, or position of ability, or effective nobility, is actually lordship. That's power to prevail. One's interest, judgment, liking, disliking, affinity, choice, exerted with and without another's consent, up to, including, and beyond another's consent, is lordship. But you actually can't really influence something. They say, according to Arthur Avalon, the way that what's great looks at something and therefore influences something as to enjoy its own will and to enjoy another's best interests for themselves, which are also itself, is that it looks at another at itself. So the greatest standpoint to love someone, the greatest standpoint to influence someone is to love someone. The greatest standpoint to love someone is to recognize oneself in them, but more so them in oneself. And that feedback like that, to me, that's the standpoint of love. I've thought before and said before in different forums and in my life that true love is to regard the best interests of another person with your heart. Then I talked to a person in my apartment building, a beautiful girl next door, and she said, "Wait, I like that. Wait, how does it go? To love another. So true love is to regard the best interests of another with your heart. Is that it?" And I thought maybe that's more profound, because that can include like plants and animals and insects. To say just another, not person. But I still think, the reason of this video is that all beings have it in them to be a person, plant, animal, insect, human. That is to choose. I think all things can choose, because if our existence has any meaning, it's because we're choosing. So what is the deepest thought is mortality, in our own mortality. but what is the greatest consideration and defining of our mortality and our experience of living with mortality and ceasing to live with mortality is mitigated along choice. So all that has the ability to experience mortality potentially has some degree to consider or ponder mortality, whether conscious or not. Because animals run for their life, you can say they appreciate their own mortality like that, but probably different than us because they run for their life different. Like a bunny can be like, and then forget that. I think they have a different short and long term memory. So a bunny can get little, and then it's back to fornicating. So you never seen somebody have to get little and run for their life as much as a bunny. Who got it worse than a bunny? Yet, who do you know getting it in at the middle of the night while everyone's tucked in and scared of the boogeyman? The bunny's out there running for its life, pouncing on this one. So you got a lot of bunnies being born. And Playboy is also named after the bunny. And I think they're actually some of the most successful procreators in existence, bunnies, the most efficient at it. And they're not messed up about running for their life, and they can get over it pretty quick. And running for your life might even be more scary than fighting for your life. But they're sturdy like that while we're nice and safe. They're getting after it. They're running after it, but they're running away from it, but they're also running after it and getting after it and getting it. The bunnies like that. But to influence something is to really understand it, because that's how to see one in another's and another in oneself is to understand it. So one thing to understand about flies is that I think that there's actually different genders to insects. So I think that, like, when you go outside and you hear, like, you go outside and it's like pew 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 boo boo. It's like a bird singing, but it's a little bit somewhat like authoritative. So you actually don't appreciate how simple it might be of what's going on. So, like, what does that bird call mean? What is it trying to say like that? Chee, 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 chee. But it sounds kind of shrilling. What does it mean? Maybe it's a male bird and it wants you the hell out of there because there's a female bird, and your influence, your vibe, your scent is somewhat masculine or just somewhat upsetting to that vicinity and the kind of sex vibes or the kind of life vibes, singing vibes that it wants going on. So it wants you out of there. The male bird might be like that. Or it might be an animal that's interested in you, is actually saying something to you, like a female, like, it might just be friends. So animals, they may have different dispositions, but also genders, and also purposes for their disposition within their genders. Plants included, animals included, but also insects and probably fish too. So when you see a different fly, did it ever occur to you that it might be a different gender? And that fly you're trying to swat, that one might be a little bit, sometimes you feel it's a little bit soft of a fly, like kind of gentle like that. And sometimes it's like kind of mean fly like that. Could it be a female versus a male fly? Would you feel different about squashing a female fly versus a male fly? According to, for Arthur Avalon in India, a person who really worships the divine at no point shall mean anything harmful or detrimental towards a female being of any grade or stature. The difference between anything is not necessarily the species or the ethnicity or the race, but it's the grade, it's the mode of activity, the heritage of activity, and in vicinity, and in the demands of an environment, but also the opportunities, like such as the niche. So it's more so just a grade of anything. Things are just a different grade. One person, even one family to another family member, is a different grade of member of that family, not in terms of better or worse, or like appraisal or judgment by an outside figure as what's better or worse, but just the range of something, how it vibrates, how it frequents, how it moves, how it doesn't move, how it succeeds, how it doesn't succeed, how it thinks, how it doesn't think, how it communicates, the grade of something. So but a female grade of being, there's considered different classes of animals, and some of, like, taxidermy, like classification of animals, they apply that to human beings, like for purposes of social control that can be detrimental and a part of imperialism and disenfranchising that amounts to bloody murder and gentrification at times. But the taxidermy and classification of genus and species is part of that, and it's actually similar to racism and a part of racism in that the classification of species, but also people, because you understand one so much as it resembles another. I picked that up in a book, that when things are being part of a genus, it's being appreciated as it resembles something else, but it can be arbitrary because we are unique one to another. Even as much as similar we are more unique for being similar, and also similar in our being different. But to just to define something at all, even when I define love, it might be like that. That's my definition of love, what I said earlier. but to define anything is actually to limit it, because you're limiting it by your definition, that this is all what I've experienced something that's like you to be, so therefore this is all that you are. But the classification is it can be arbitrary, but we can appreciate that the different things that would appear similar one to the other but different one to another would be like different species in types of animals, like from mammal, reptile, fish, different insect, different things like that. But among all of them, there can be appreciation for male and female. I don't mean that limited to anatomical structure now, because there's some profoundness in transcendence, and nothing is limited in this life. So you can't limit what is a male and what is a female, but you can appreciate that there is something of male and something of female in different grades of beings, but also similar within and beyond in a broad beings, but not necessarily limited to anatomical structure. So that's my take. Someone might feel different about that, but we can at least agree on that there are masculine and feminine leaning and or favoring beings. And I'm not saying one's limited to one mode of that. That's one thing that's unique about Osho, is that he didn't want to put people in a box. So to him, your sexuality is what you do with it in a given encounter of sexuality. So because you were one way, you were turned on by one thing one time, doesn't mean that that's all you ever are and were. And if you think about what was kinky to you at different times of your life, your sexual orientation and affinity, it changes from day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, phase to phase. So you're not attracted to the same things always the same way, even in a very short duration of time, or the same people. So to say one person is one way sexually, or even gender to some extent, as we now have liberty, that can be limiting. And so Osho would just say you are what you are doing currently, and you're not limited. You're not different than what you've been before, because it's a part of who you are. But you're not limited by what you've been before, even a day ago, even 5 minutes ago, according to Osho. But so just to appreciate that insects may have different genders, and that may appreciate their behavior around you, but also they have different purposes in a vicinity. So sometimes I think, just like most women have men buzzing around them, especially in their phones. It's an example of that. But even as they walk abroad physically, they have men buzzing about them, and they're not too far from a male attendant. Most females are like that. It's one of their propensities and gifts and bounties, is that they can draw male support and love and affection quite naturally, and quite, not that it's easy to be a female among men or even among women, and still attract men among men and among women and among men and women. That's not a given or easy for anyone to be themselves and become themselves. But women are such that they likely are attended by men in a lot of vicinities. But some of them, they appreciate that, some of them they don't. But if they need to, a female wouldn't have too much difficulty getting a male to do their bidding. I don't think most females, and they don't have to be the most socially popular women based on aesthetics or whatnot, but they can usually get a man to do their bidding. So you could say that the man is part of the woman. When I see people in a relationship, sharing proximity by choice, but also a little bit not by choice, they can't help but be around each other, I look at them as something as the same being. So sometimes when you say you're making love, some people would even say that different forms of communing bonding is a similar in a mode of making love, because all is love in the first place. But getting to know a person, being in a person's life, it's a different level of bond. So you have different people you're bonded to, friends, family, loved ones, even to some extent colleagues and associates and superiors and stuff like that, and subordinates. Masters and supplicants and stuff like that, different levels of bonding. But once bonding has occurred, not necessarily with physical contact or intimacy or even romantic inclination and gearing, but just that a bond has occurred, it's deeper than what you can see with your eyes, and profound, and it's lasts and is stronger than what you can see with your eyes, or what you don't see with your eyes, such that people can fall in love. There's something called saudade in Brazil that's in Portuguese, that's difficult to translate into English, but it somewhat means like longing for a partner at sea, like something like that is along the lines of my understanding of saudade. That actually might be referring to the bond between people, and how it, if anything, it grows stronger when we're apart. It brings them closer. They get closer. They have significant consequential exchanges, whether benign, beneficial, or detrimental. Redeeming, painful, relishing, suffering, rapturous, or tormenting, different degrees together, and they disperse again like that somewhere or another.
by necessity or by choice or a combination. But then somehow they get drawn back together because they had actually bonded on some level and are something of themselves, whether near and apart. Sometimes you really don't appreciate how things rub off on you, and you take things and people with you on a deep, deep level. That might be what's hard to get past certain things in relationships, or even the potential for relationships, is that you somewhat bonded on some level and become something in another, or seen something of yourself in another, or seen something of them in you, and from that standpoint, it's hard to get past that. But sometimes I think that insects, they do the bidding of an environment. One is, I think anything in the air is part of the atmosphere, but it also does the bidding of it. So if you're under a tree and an insect starts harassing you, the tree doesn't have a way to say to get out of there, and that the tree, and sometimes you don't appreciate how nature is enjoying itself. Like, you go to a park and you don't see the trees talking, but are they not communicating finer than you can appreciate? Do they not have a vibe going on? That's actually what's kind of beautiful about plants, is that they exist for a vibe. Now, we exist because of plants and animals, but then animals exist because of plants and animals, but plants exist because of plants. So things exist because of plants, but plants by and large are content to enjoy a vibe. This much effort, this much discipline to hold up. Can you hold a pose? What's harder, do all this crazy stuff, or just hold a pose like that for 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, in rain, elements, sun, sleet, and snow, which even the sun can be daunting to plants, and they need a rest from it, as we do, according to Arthur Avalon. But you do that much discipline, which for an effort, there must be a reward. What's the comeuppance? What's the compensation? What's the remuneration? What's the amelioration? I think that's the word for a plant to support itself with discipline, and also support others for its discipline and abiding within posture, and also humility before the sun and the elements, to bow before that, to exist beneath that, but also give and take, such as to remain posture but also loose like that. What's the comeuppance? Is that the plants get to enjoy a vibe of themselves and other plants. They exist for the vibe. So you could say, from that standpoint, we exist for and from animals and plants. Animals exist for and from us, and animals and plants, which we are also animals. Plants exist for plants and for animals and for humans and other plants, but fundamentally for plants and from plants for themselves. But they be finer than that. Plants exist for a vibe. So the vibe is what makes viable the plant, what makes worth living and enjoyable. Therefore, it gives the effort that would be needed, or the will to live that would be needed for a plant, is enjoying a vibe. The vibe informs the plant. The plant informs other plants and animals, which are always also us. Plants or animals inform other animals, but are informed by plants, and plants are informed by plants and a vibe. But the vibe is what's first. So sometimes plants in the vicinity may not appreciate your vibe going somewhere. I've come to appreciate that. People may not always appreciate my vibe, but neither may which also animals in nature, I think, such that when animals become erratic, shrilling, harassing, even insects flying, it may be them because I think they're managing the environment at different functions of that. That's a lot of their purpose and their joy. Your joy is actually your purpose. So that's their joy, is to manage an environment and also be compensated, like with nutrition like that and opportunity. But sometimes when an insect is harassing you, it's relative to the fact that it's part of the atmosphere. So it's managing the atmosphere, but also managing within the atmosphere, the environment and people is part of that. So if a fly is harassing you in your apartment, and your apartment is rancid or not clean, that's actually the atmosphere interfacing with you in your apartment and giving you an indication that it's not clean. So that fly may not come up off you, and it might be different whether it be male or female. But if you appreciate a fly in nature, like the middle of the day, and you got a fly, right? So let's say this, right? So the wicked one, so some combination or member of either Beelzebub, Satan, Lucifer, and or Baphomet. One is that I know Lucifer has been called. So one of them has been called the Lord of the Flies, associated with that. But then also, religious people are associated with love, peace, compassion, understanding, happiness, and non-violence to others. But plants and insects are also others, and from a certain sense can be appreciated as a person.
by the reason of this video, in that like to make authentic choice and suffer and enjoy the consequence pleasantly and earnestly and steadfastly is a person to me, and can be an insect interchange with an insect, plant, animal. When you get to plant, that's a little bit more deep and profound, but at least an insect, animal. I'm sorry, an insect, insect, fish, reptile, animal, mammal, stuff like that. But if you had so I'm saying that insects, they won't always, flies, which are insects, they may not always be the same gender, and they may not also always be in the same vicinity, and also have the same purpose for being in a vicinity and engaging you or something you have. So I can't say this works for all settings, because I'm not actually a fly. The best way to influence a fly would be to become a fly, and the greatest of influencers would appreciate a fly as itself and be the most effective at managing a fly from the standpoint of appreciating a fly as itself and itself as a fly, but not limited to that. Neither the fly nor the greatest person, but such as we do have relative scope of choice, by not yet being completely our own person yet. I don't think a lot of us, most of us, any of us, otherwise we wouldn't have more developing and growing to do. Enjoy, which is developing and growing. How may you relinquish yourself, relieve yourself of the presence of a fly when you are in outdoors and you're not being accosted for being like obscene in an environment or unclean in an environment? How may you, in your appropriate persona and attire and hygiene, relinquish yourself, relieve yourself of the presence of a fly, potentially, depending on the gender and basic and purpose and vicinity and time of day and circumstance of an insect? How may you do that without becoming violent? And would one that could describe or actually exist as, for being able to describe Lucifer, Baphomet, Satan, and or Beelzebub, relieve themselves of a fly without injuring the fly or being ugly, the least of ugly in any way, and if anything, be redeeming and enlightening and enjoyable to themselves and a fly? How may they do that? And would that one, or one entitled, that is ordained but also entitled as the religious clergy, any person of stature, even had you were you to sit down, the greatest man, what's called the greatest man to walk the earth. I'm not referring to the person that made a promise to Abraham, but the greatest person who has arrived in a sense and paid homage to the greatest person and that person's word, which is a promise to Abraham, and been comfortable to present themselves that way as having significance to that objective if they're basing their standpoint on the word, but also being comprised of peace, such as to be a prince of peace. So would the prince of peace or lightness or darkness be able to avail themselves and relieve themselves of the presence of a fly without breaching peace, light, dignity, or being humanity? And I'm also referring to a fly in terms of humanity and being humane, in that it's a member of this existence and it serves a purpose of this existence that's connected to as a human being. So being humane from that standpoint, and worthy of living, or at least of dignity and respect, even a fly. Would the Prince of Peace or the Prince of Darkness be more kindly towards a fly, and also more influential to a fly? Which one would sooner be somewhat the least of which ugly to be relieved of a fly, if it was called for to relieve of themselves as a fly? If there was a call for that, or cause for that, which would be able to do that, do you think? And how may they do that? The person that is revered the most, worshipped the most, or that's estranged the most, mocked the most, dismissed the most, but also somewhat admired, both of which are admired, but one more so formally and the other less formally. Which one could do that? I think that the latter, the darker of which would do that. That is the one that's been described as a minister of music, because I did that yesterday. I was at the park, the same position I made a video, and a fly approached me, and I didn't know exactly how to. I just wondered if I might be able to relieve myself of it by doing something cool. So what I did is I played an instrument, an Indian instrument. an instrument is not just to impress people musically or yourself, but it's for healing. But the brilliance of a tone is as brilliant. It's actually as brilliant as a melody, and all the sophistication within a melody and or a chord. I don't know if you would say rhythm, but maybe also rhythm, because it's comprised of tones, is actually within the wavering of a tone. All the so when you some people would say like overtone, so that has an overtone or something, but they don't know what that means. Over and undertone, they may be synonymous, but what it means is that this is a little bit of proprietary knowledge that I picked up in school, but I'm gonna do my best to do this without being plagiarizing. When you hear a sound, there's different ranges of dynamics within that sound, so you're actually hearing more than one note as you hear a sound, but it ripples off, so you hear like, you don't just hear C, you hear like some combination of C, D, A, G, C. It's like very sophisticated, the ones that you would hear, but it's more than C that you hear. But the dynamic and the expression and the character of that combination, it more so leans to and expresses C. Because I said in another video that any sound contains any other sound, and all other sounds, that is, any letter contains all other letters to different degrees, expressed and latent, effective and implicit. But it's actually the same with tone too. So a letter, you cannot express yourself without both consonant and letter. But were you to express a clear letter, you cannot express yourself without vowels and consonants. But were you to enunciate and emphasize a strict vowel and or consonant, it would actually imply and require and also be attended by at least the imminence of the latter. So a letter, you cannot truly pronounce a letter or a consonant or have any appreciation of a consonant without being attended by the subtle expression of a vowel and or the potential for a vowel to give you a consonant. And the same is true of a vowel, but also the same is true of a tone, is that for actually, you may be playing when you play any tone, you may be actually playing all the tones, but differently and sophisticated, symmetrically. That is the overtones and the undertones that actually give you harmony. Some of the harmony is that you play 2 or 3 notes, but I think technically one note is technically harmony and even actually a chord if you appreciate the overtones and the undertones. But a true chord, as it is designated in like theory. And I don't mean, see, that's the theory that I don't mean to say be condescending with C like that, to say the word C like that, but they have something called enharmonic, and like, so enharmonic is to say the way something is spelled and designated and appreciated conceptually about a note. So if you play some things like say A sharp, so you play the letter A on a piano, right? The next black note above A, but before B, up to this note from A and down to that note from B, it's actually the same note physically on the keyboard in the same tone, but for your purposes of expressing it in writing form, and some of creativity can be achieved without writing different things, like some of our, even to like some concepts, it can't be achieved without research documenting something. So as I'm expressing ideas on this, I'm partly able to express something because of the other ideas I have to lead up to it. And that's why it would require the context of the conversation to appreciate any scope of the conversation truly and efficiently. But it also requires that to enunciate it. But as you're doing that free-form oratory, it's more so you can do more of it. It's a talent to do it without a written physical component. But I do have the physical component of the screen, and I can look at myself in the screen and have somewhat of a sounding board and almost a little bit of like a target to respond. So you look at this and you wonder, how are you achieving facial expressions and conversations on a computer or on a screen as though you were talking to someone and there's no one there, and maybe a little bit be more yourself, more believable as yourself than you are in general public. I've had family members say, you're not yourself when you're not on your meds. But I've been making more content since exactly the time that I bucked taking meds arbitrarily as they're being forced upon me. And they may have been responding to some, because they don't really see me in life. But so they may be referring to some of the videos. But how may you be more of yourself on a video? One is that you have a sounding board, but also you're talking to yourself. So the deepest, the most congruent, people would think you look crazy talking to yourself, but you actually may look more so of sane for talking to yourself, at least if there's a pretext to do it. Like sometimes like people be in the car, they'll be like, oh wait, don't take it in, like talking to themselves in front of you. But that's okay because of the situation. But if someone was like sitting on a bench like they would look more so inappropriate like that and questionable. But it's actually not entirely different getting frustrated and talking in the car and talking on a bench. But in this society, sometimes you need excuses and pretexts to do different things, even talk to yourself. But you could say that in these videos, I don't know anyone watching this, if you would appreciate this as incoherent babble, rhetoric, or coherent and interesting and compelling, or if you would see this as congruent or putting on or any combination. But I think that the manner I do it, it'd be different than what someone would come across me in general, because in general, I'm not looking at myself and responding to my unique statements and mannerisms. So the experience of looking at a screen, even yourself, it can be a technique for achieving like a little bit of influence and facility around ideas in articulation and even entertainment, because some things are entertainment, even information, like infotainment. But there actually may be an advantage with the physical component of the phone. So I'm saying, even though I'm not using written paper, I'm still using a physical artifice and an appendage and addition to my psychological, to my mental propensity, verbal articulation, and the concepts. I'm still using a sounding board and a device. So you could say it's written, even though it's being described, it's being described that is taken down into writing digitally with the apparatus. Well, digitally because I'm holding my hand, but digitally because it's in a device that's been made by people. But that's called digital with the technology. It's being transcribed in units of ones and zeros. I can't actually look back at those ones and zeros other than the replica of myself that I'm being presented with, that's by means of ones and zeros. And it's actually a little bit delayed from when I would make a gesture to see myself. But still, it's still technically being transcribed, even though I'm not looking at the full scope of the transcription in the terms it's being described as. Although presenting it visually is part of how it's being repeated, but not actually transcribed. But some things you can't achieve without writing. Dang, I lost that train of thought. But so when you write, but the different ways you could write the same thing is called enharmonic. So enharmonically, as writing goes, to have a chord of any kind, you need two notes, I think. And the most simple of chords would be a unison. That's two of the same notes. And this instrument I'm playing, it actually plays a unison like that, like an octave, like. So if I do like this, like if I do. That unique sound was actually a unison because it was two notes playing the same at the same time. That's the most simple chord. But when you play chords, like even a unison or a chord that's not a unison, as in different intervals than the same one, because that's actually a non-interval, but it's still an interval because it's two. But that's actually a little bit transcendence of music, because it's an interval by being by having two different tones. So you go from one tone to another, that's called an interval. You go one tone to the same tone, that's also called an interval. And that's the most basic of unison, all the way up to like you have like a 13th or something like that, like even like 16th or 17th. That's different stretch of an interval, that's still a chord. But the actual the intermingling of the overtones and undertones, and maybe I don't know what you call the same tone like that as it repeats, but that's overtones and undertones that give you harmony. And so as they interact like that, it can sound beautiful, whether as a unison or some broader, more sophisticated combination. It sounds beautiful, but the reason it sounds beautiful isn't just the main primary tones. It's the actual the subtle tones that are revealed by the play between the other subtle tones and the express tone that reverberate and express themselves and become bright like that to sound beautiful or dark or sexy or any other combination to a person's taste and in intention as a musician. But also listening is creative as being a music, as to listen is as a creative as to express oneself, I think, in the truest sense, like musically and artistically. But so I think that, yeah, so the way to affect flies and therefore not to be a lord of flies, but not the lord of flies, because that'd be to be the person, and that'd be to be also a fly like that. But as from a relative standpoint of a person underappreciating themselves as a man and presenting as a man and understanding as a man, the best way to affect flies non-violently, but also like humanely and enlightenedly, that they may actually enjoy, if the setting is appropriate, the nature of the fly is appropriate, like the gender or the purpose or the time of day and location, and the cleanliness of the location and the person, or then the best way to appreciate that or to influence it to respect you is to respect it. That is to entertain it, to give it some joy, and that'd be to play like that. But when you play an instrument, it's very healing. That the sound like that, it's actually as beautiful as anything sophisticated that you do melodically or harmonically, and actually you are achieving both. You are achieving exactly melody and harmony par excellence, just to play a single note, because that's what the overtones are doing. So you can make a song, if it sounded cool to you, you could just go. That's very healing, and it's balancing, because the environment is existing, is vibrating that whole time, but it's also responsive and listening. You could even say you're floored, like, dang, you're staring at the wall. You can hear the walls talking. How may you describe? So I can't say that I can hear walls talking, but I can be heard by walls talking. So do I sound crazy saying I can be heard by walls in the year 2025 with all the sophisticated technology and surveillance apparatus that is known to civilians, if there's not even more so known? And it was already said that way, like back in the day, that the walls could hear, like in communist Russia. And I don't mean to be disrespectful about communism or Russia. I'm not versed in that. But it was said that the walls could hear. But I'm saying now that the walls can still hear. How might that be? Because they vibrate. Their vibration responds to the environment as anything in response to the environment. There's from that, it vibrates like that. The vibrates can be influenced by other vibrations. It can also be influenced like in very sophisticated ways that would amount to response. However beautiful something is, I can play in a vicinity, potentially whatever else is vibrating there can vibrate back to it, respond back to it. From that standpoint, appreciate it, whether consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously, or none of that. It can at least correspond to it as beautiful, sophisticated, if not more than the express sound, because it's also somewhat supporting that sound, and as dynamic and more dynamic than the express sound. The static component being more active than the kinetic component, to my appreciation, to exactly balance it. So I'm playing harmony, and the environment is balancing back and stabilizing the harmony that I just put forward. So the environment may actually be more beautiful, for that matter, than the harmony. So that's part of the beauty of an instrument, is more than the sophistication of melody or harmony, as it is to impress, and to some extent it's a little bit manipulative sometimes. That's actually the finest manipulation is music. But that can be redeeming, enlightening, influential, commercial, lucrative, violent, detrimental, destructive, and or healing. But I think the greatest of which is healing, and the combination of all that, as it would amount to anything and be valuable, would be healing. So it doesn't have to be more than just. In all is love, in all is peace. But then, instead of like trying to end it that dramatic like that, there was one more idea I had, is as I'm describing what darkness may or may not be, is that, so I think that darkness is the original, the birth of the birth of anything comes from darkness. Both would make viable something to become impregnated, can be appreciated as dark, or related to themes and outcomes in circumstances that could be called dark. You just look at how much torment a tree goes through its whole life, standing in that rigid posture, the abuse of the weather, even some of the abuse of beautiful days like sunshine and stuff like that, and maybe birds perching on it, different things that could be appreciated as disease is necessary for growth, for destruction, maintenance, and growth. And creation, disease is actually part of that. So a tree struggles like that. So even the birth of a tree, of a seed, there was some darkness that went into that. but such is true as the impregnation of a human being or of maybe of a star, of a planet, is that it's from darkness and it still abides within darkness. So darkness, according to Osho, is that standpoint of darkness being incubative and secretive and protective, but profound for that, the creativity that abides in there and the inspiration that abides within there. According to Jung, a lot of what we seek in life, like even when we seek to be intoxicated, we're actually seeking some of the peace and equilibrium and potential and enthusiasm for life, joy for life, will for life that we did in the womb. So we're a lot seeking back for the womb, according to Jung. That is, we're seeking back for darkness. But so you don't appreciate how falsifiable and also oppressive light can be. So I think that what is called light, that is so God is responsible for light, is the author of light according to the Holy Bible, but Lucifer is the angel of light, the expression of light, the purpose of light, the beauty of light is more so angel. The source of light is God, but the beauty of light and and some of the purposes of light are within what's called Lucifer, and also Lucifer is considered the minister of music. But I wanted to point out that Lucifer, so it's interesting, God is considered the author of light. Lucifer is the embodiment of light, but Lucifer is also called the Prince of Darkness, and God is also, so God is light and light. God is the source of light, and is credited with light. Lucifer is the effect of light, but credited with dark. So was that not the first inequity? Is that God got the glory and the intent? God did some. God created the light, was credited with the light. Lucifer expressed the light, but was credited with the dark, but was also created by God as light, and Lucifer was light, but light was created by God. But darkness is attributed to Lucifer, so Lucifer pays for the darkness, that the aftermath of what is less than noble about light. But light itself and Lucifer and the bounty and the detriment that would come from light, you can attribute that all the way back to God, as those are presented like in the Holy Bible, which is based on the Word of God as it's professed and written in Scripture. But darkness may be more true because nothing's possible from the reason and the standpoint. There's more darkness there's more of darkness than light, and potentially light comes from darkness and it's incubated in darkness. The greatest, we can appreciate the greatest of trees or plants. Life is possible because of plants. The greatest of plants starts in darkness in the earth. The greatest of people, that is the greatest person, starts in darkness, the womb, ostensibly. But darkness also incubates and supports whatever is of light. So the sun is the source of our light, but the sun is incubated in and still abides within the greater overarching darkness of this spatial and temporal, which is also spatial existence that we're within. So darkness is actually the standpoint of light and the support of light, because I've been saying anything that's kinetic has a static support. If the sun is kinetic, even as it's stable but still kinetic for being active and viable, it's supported by it's seamlessly supported and suspended by darkness. But I think that but both what's light, even what's called God, it can challenge, it can hurt, it can deprive, it can inflict, it can challenge, it can kill. What's called God can do that. So what's called darkness, a lot of those things I just word can be felt as darkness or appreciated as darkness, but that can come from God. And but you would say that God is still good. Why is God good? Because God sees what's light or good in what's light and what's dark. That's God. But darkness, if something is the prince of darkness, it may follow that it would see darkness in what's dark and what's light. And darkness is a little bit, it's the fundamental thing. It's the default. So they say that a human being will default to darkness. So if you have a melanated person and a less melanated person, specifically if you have an African person and a non-African person, the darkness, the complexion or the properties of being African would be more so dominant. I don't want to be off into the weeds with that as a racial argument, but I think that it's agreed upon scientifically that as genes go, and a lot of people scientific would subscribe to the ideas of genes. The dark gene it's dominant. So therefore it's not necessarily that it's dominant in overcoming what's light, but it's actually maybe more so fundamental. So you resonate with what you are. You like or draws light. So it might not be that the dark gene is overcoming the light gene, but the dark gene brings out the dark within the light gene. But there is no light to be brought out from the dark gene from the light gene normally, but the exception proves the rule. So you can actually have a dark gene and a light gene that brings out an ultralight gene, a dark gene and a dark gene that brings out an ultralight gene, and a light gene and a light gene that brings out an ultralight gene. I wanted to point that out. I'm referring to albinism with that. But the exception does prove the rule. But by and large, the darkness brings out the darkness of the light. And also, from that standpoint, and it's been reasoned that the darkness is the default because it's the standpoint and it's still the essence of anything, including the light. But you can have light. So you can have light from light and dark, as the genes go. You can have light from dark and dark, and you can have light from light and light. And I think that would actually just show you that the light is the dark and the dark is the light. That's the resolution of that and the beauty of that. But generally, generically, people and things revert to the dark. The day comes about, but does the day concede to the night or the night concedes to the day? It more so feels like the night concedes to the day and resolves back to the day because it happened night. That's my feeling. But I think that one thing that might be profound is like a lot of times when people wear sunglasses like in the day, they look so cool like that. And I was casting aspersions about the film The Matrix in this, but it is poignant in The Matrix how they wear sunglasses like that. A lot of the film The Matrix, it relies on the trope and the theme of seeing past the facade, seeing past the falsifiable reality that influences our experience and decision within it to sustain it, where it is not entirely what is reality, and we suffer for making decisions within, but having the perceptions within something to make the decisions within something that would keep us there, such as to believe in something that is falsifiable with a little bit of insight. And the sunglasses speak to that symbolically, I think, in the film The Matrix, because they're like they're looking through stuff, like they're all there like, with the sunglasses. But I think that part of that would be that if you appreciate what day is, so day is very taxing and heavy and arduous for a lot of people. Like the day can, like you drive through the desert and it's very, very, very hot during the day, but something happens at a certain point in the evening where some degree happens of angle of the earth, and it exactly flips to night, and it becomes very cool like that, balanced like that in the Southwest. But the day can be like taxing and daunting. But if you think about it, the day is not really, it doesn't exist the way it appears, because one is that as we're in the daytime, the night sky, past the atmosphere, is still night. So we're still in the night. We're in the night during the night, and we're in the night during the day. But during the day, it looks like and feels like and is experienced as day. But for example, the sky looks blue during the daytime, but we know that the sky is not actually blue. The ocean is blue. The light reflects off the ocean, and then it goes back to the light, to the sky. So we see a combination of the light and the light's reflection off the ocean that lights up the firmament, the atmosphere, and gives us the ambiance, the bubble, the sensation of a daytime, and therefore the experience of a daytime. Some of what's potential with that via our visual capacity, but also our physical capacity that's part of the cadence that's based on our visual experience is what happens during the day to make it day, but it's really more so of night. And if you could appreciate that during the day, it's as much as night as it ever is. So you're in a room at night, the light goes on, it goes off. Some animals may become emboldened in that you didn't know were there, like a rat scurries, a cockroach. I'm not trying to say I got rats and cockroaches, but say that were to be the place, it takes off like that. It's bold to do that because it realizes that your perception, but also your confidence with your perception, is limited without the light. So you're not used to engaging something without light. Now, if you have something that's used to to throwing things at wherever they hear a sound. Like you just train someone like that their whole life, just throw something wherever you hear a sound. They could potentially be as formidable with something scurrying without light, but that'd be rare and exception. And sometimes people that are albino, they have limitations with their eyes. And I actually had a friend like that, and he had some gifts mentally, and that were part of the limitation and deprivation of light. But I did want to say that it's interesting that as I'm having this conversation about what is light, what is dark, and using the human genome for reference, I was more so speaking in terms of complexion, dark complexion versus light, and how the genes interact with that in combinations of different ancestry as leaning leaning as far as phenotype, the phenotype leaning of presentation, genotype, but also the phenotype that would give the phenotype is the expression of genes. The genotype is the reality of the genes, but the phenotype is not different than the genotype. But it's an iteration of the genotype is the phenotype as it's appreciated socially, but maybe also effectively in terms of traits such as and not less than complexion. But even a discussion of complexion and a reference and analogy about light and darkness as it pertains to pigment. Also, considerations of pigment have to do with visual acuity, because often people of a unique complexion, there's a unique component of their eyes. Someone of a very dark complexion, they may have beautiful, rich brown eyes. People of different light complexions may have different, beautiful light eyes, green, blue, hazel. But then also those that are albino may have specific eyes. I'm not sure what the color of the eyes would be albino, but there can be different like astigmatism with eyes, such as the muscles of the eyes, but also I think the actual the visual, the very fine visual tissue like the cornea and retina. It can be affected by the pigmentation. So it's this conversation as what is light, what is dark, as daylight goes and as nighttime goes, and is the perception of visual perception based on standards and dynamics of day and light. It's actually not different than a discussion of skin pigmentation, because it can be argued that exceptional skin pigmentation, as would attend albinism, is also correlated, not necessarily caused, but not caused by dynamics of pigmentation, is actual visual perception and therefore interfacing with light. And it's interesting that one of our greatest gifts, if you think about what a gift it is and how profound it is to witness something with your eyes, that is to perceive light. You have to be something of something to perceive something. So you have to be something of light to perceive light. But we can do that without anything added to ourselves. We can perceive the beautiful sunset just in your own hand. You can perceive this beautiful range of experience with the nuance and brilliance that is light without anything added to yourself. Your most fundamental instinct is near about to open your eyes, I think. Maybe cover your head, but also open your eyes. And so the first most natural thing to you do, and also trust, is your eyes and how brilliant and profound it is. But it's actually exactly who you are, and you need nothing to add to it. So that you would see different is unique, and it's not necessarily a limitation or an endowment, but just that you would see things differently based on who you are and what you are. But also like your pigmentation, it's kind of beautiful, and it speaks to what is light and what we are. And maybe there's different versions of light, and there's different versions of us, and we correspond to light and we are light. So things are diverse like that. Light is diverse, darkness is diverse, humans are diverse, humans are light, humans are dark, and that's beautiful. But it's resolved more so in the dark, I think, because that's the fundamental standpoint and premise, whether appreciating dark or light. The foundation of the dark is the light. The foundation of the light is the dark, but also the light is not necessarily different than the dark, distinct from the dark, but not different from the dark. If you can appreciate that, even as you're looking in front of your face and you can see something in front of you, like as I see this living room, I'm fairly confident that I know more or less all what's in the living room, but there are actual angles and blind spot, even as I look out, that I cannot see. Where there's no furniture and I can see most of what's in front of me, I can't see what's behind my head or next to me. That's still a blind spot, even as clear as I'm opening my eyes. So there's actually a degree of ambivalence and deprivation of sensory, even as you're looking at broad daylight with your eyes functioning, relatively speaking, healthily, relatively speaking. But if you were to listen, you could actually pick up some ranges of the environment that may pass your visual perception or your conscious awareness of your visual perception. So you can't say what's more significant or accurate any sense than the other on the deepest level, I think, or the purposes of the sense. According to Morris Brooklyn, our senses have more than one purpose. Like, for example, our ears, we hear with them, but they're also deeply connected with balance. Our nose, we smell with it, but it's also something to do with like fighting and memory. Our nose is like that. Our eyes are something to perceive, but they're also something to communicate with and express. Our tongue is something to taste with, but also to understand with. And that might be some of what's profound about lovemaking, is that we're actually tasting each other, but also bonding with that. Because when you eat something, you bond with what you eat. The sensation and the enjoyment of flavor is part of incorporating enthusiastically and wholesomely and healthily in the right. So if you think about it, you've more so been happy as you were creating yourself through food, your body through food. If anything, like a lot of times, like say you're in a lifestyle where you have strict discipline, the one thing you may enjoy is food. But that actually may be a lack of discipline and relishing and looking forward to food in the strictest sense. But one of the things you may enjoy in this life, as for all the people that have lived in this life and have enjoyed the least of which, the most of which, but also the least of which of what this life has to afford, whether ethically or not, whether enfranchised or not, whether fair or not, whether merit or not, the one thing that people would likely have had the most of, so all is resolved in death because we're all going to die. But what is shared in life of joy that is shared the most would probably just be food. That's the one thing that we get to enjoy something of. However hard our life is, we might get to enjoy something of it. You get locked up, heaven forbid, all these formidable men in there locked up, and they got their freedom stripped. They got nothing to do but stand up for themselves in their dignity and their honor, and find a way to entertain themselves, like with discipline, things like working out, exercise, self-improvement, reading. But what will they actually fight about? What actually runs that? What has more bearing to them than the guards and one another? According to someone I heard on YouTube, is the contraband. That is the flow of both proscribed and authorized bounties, treats, blessings. But the most of which I would amount to would be things that you would consume. So either food and or authorized or unauthorized plant substances. That's also substance that is to ingest things, food. The only time we get to experience happiness, generally speaking, by and large, as a standard, if at all, and if at all shared, would be the consumption of food. So you're more so, the one thing you're happy as doing your whole life is making yourself when you get to eat. But that's your, in a sense of joy, in enjoying the flavor. One is that you make sure you can tell if it's healthy or not by the taste, but also you have more of an experience of joy, because according to the Eastern standpoint, a human being is being, consciousness, bliss. And you can't, that's not viable without each being, consciousness, and bliss. So from that standpoint, where we're blissful as we're creating ourselves and creating our opportunity to be conscious physically and mentally, is we're enjoying eating. So the sensation of joy is more so each time we've been eating things our whole life, we've been happy to eat something because it tastes good. It's like you're satiating your appetite, but it's also enjoyable. One of the enjoyable things in life is eating. So don't worry, be happy, especially when you eat. So then you're made out of, don't worry, be happy, have something to eat, you know. So we're by and large constituted of happiness because we were happy when we were ingesting most of the things that make us us. So that's our actual baseline in this life. The one thing that we do more than anything in this life is actually eat, I think. Maybe you could, I don't know if we eat more or sleep more, but you actually can't sleep if you're not eating. And so you have, eating is the main thing that we're preoccupied with and that we do. And it's also the most enjoyable thing that we do, broadly speaking, by and large. So from that standpoint, our main thing in this life, we're more so happy. And if we didn't get to, how hard would life be if you couldn't enjoy eating? And there are people who can't enjoy eating the same. My mother, she lost her ability to eat a lot, man. Sometimes I think about how hard my parents are, like what they've been through. Like I said, what my dad's been through. But my mother had one difficulty with her jaw, TDMJ, temporomandibular disjointed, something with her jaw, where it would like pop like that and hurt. But also she had some very serious things with her stomach where she couldn't digest food for a long time. She could barely eat for 5 or 10 years anything more than the most she couldn't even near about eat chicken noodle soup. It had to be the most basic of which, very, very basic soft bread for years like that. I was thinking I was going to lose her each day, each month like that because it was so long like that. But then she went to the Mayo Clinic, which is Minnesota here, and they're actually one of the pristine, if not the pristine medical institution in the world, arguably. here in Minnesota, but they also have a campus in Arizona, the Mayo Clinic, and they actually were able to treat her effectively. As much as I rail against medical professionals sometimes because of my experience, they effectively treated her and they got her a broader enjoyment of life. They kept her with us longer, and she got to enjoy a broader range of food. Not anything she wanted, but a broader range. But if you could, and she was also fighting for us and making a way for us that whole time without being able to enjoy food. But life still is being consciousness bliss, even if you can't enjoy food, if you love people. So she couldn't eat food, but she had love for us. And that's what she could enjoy and still be viable in this life, because you need to be something of joy to be reciprocal with this life, which is joy. Um, but um, um, but the deeper thing would just to be appreciate that as you're looking in front of you, you have blind spots, and it may as well be dark in front of your face, and it actually still is dark at essence, even as you're experiencing the sensation of light, both indoors and outdoors. So it's actually night the whole time. And if you could see night in the day, and sometimes you're out there in the middle of the day, you'd feel nervous alone at night. But if you're out there in the middle of the day and it gets very quiet like that, and you realize you're still outside at night like that, and the spookiness of that, that actually might be a little bit of enlightenment, and seeing through this perception of light and day to the reality of night, and that be more so along the lines of the Prince of Darkness. But I think that'd be more so creative and less arbitrary and more congruent than what you're calling the greatest of persons, just because that's decided for about light, but it can still do as much of dark. But the Prince of Dark is more content and congruent to just be dark. And so maybe you could say the greatest person is the author of light, but the effect of that can be something of dark. The darkest of person is all of light, but can also be something of dark and of light. So maybe both are exactly the same person if you were to really break it down to their description. So no one is greater or less than anyone else, but love counts and choice counts, and the choice to love counts. So I think I'll land this one there. I had like one or two more ideas, but I think that's about should summarize this. And then if you can see the darkness in the light, or the light in the darkness, and choose how you would intend towards how you would appreciate mortality and respect other people's mortality, you may actually be worthy